have the Reggae Jamaica mobile app on your phone? No? Well, you could be missing out on news, views, interviews, events, and so much more about the impact of reggae music across the globe. Information at your fingertips about Reggae Month and other exciting reggae events. That's the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, now available in the Apple or the Google Play Store. Get it now!
Everybody wanna feel.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
I love waking up every day in this country. This is where I was born and raised. I have such a passion for my country, and for me this is home. In Jamaica, a lot of people, they look at just like beach, sea, sand, but our mountains are something to behold. It's majestic up there, and it's a different type of peace. It's a different type of lifestyle completely. I could mention many different places that are amazing, but the one thing I do love about Jamaica as well is that you can find that relaxation, you can find that chill in your backyard. Apart from it being an incredibly beautiful country, an incredibly beautiful island, we have a wonderful culture, wonderful, vibrant, colorful people. There is definitely a realness to Jamaica. There's definitely something that no matter what keeps you in touch with reality here. Why come to Jamaica? It all comes back down to Jamaica as a whole. The food, the music, the culture, the people, the climate. Come out and meet us, come out and experience what Jamaica has to offer.
Growing up for me here, it was very sweet. There's so much beauty in the land here, not to mention the people. Less than 5 minutes bird's eye view away from each other. You could be in the hills in a mountain type setting where it looks like forest, and then all of a sudden you could look down this way and you'll be at the beach, sand, sea, the beautiful waters. It's a very calm, cool place. I mean, a lot of natural beauty. That's a great vibe in Jamaica, and you can't deny it. There's so much beautiful things, and then you just take a glance out the window and you're awestruck. It brings you closer to your own thoughts. People perk up about the mention of Jamaica. There's so much words that people can say, but when you experience it for yourself, you'll know. Join me in Jamaica.
Living in Jamaica is an experience that you cannot put in words. There's an energy in the atmosphere that just feels good. There's so many aspects of Jamaica that I think makes it second to none. The best food, the best music, the best people. We can go on and on about the good things about living in Jamaica. There's a parish in Jamaica called Portland. I think that's one of my favorite places to be. It's one of the most nature-oriented parishes, and I love the nightlife in Kingston. Once you come here and you get that connection with the people, that connection with the food and the music and just the lifestyle is something that you'll always remember. People should visit Jamaica because I'm sure 100% that it is the place to be on planet Earth. You need to come here and you'll get an experience that you will never forget.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
Living in Jamaica is an experience that you cannot put in words. there's an energy in the atmosphere that just feels good. There's so many aspects of Jamaica that I think makes it second to none. The best food, the best music, the best people. We can go on and on about the good things about living in Jamaica. There's a parish in Jamaica called Portland. I think that's one of my favorite places to be. It's one of the most nature-oriented parishes, and I love the nightlife in Kingston. Once you come here and you get that connection with the people, that connection with the food and the music and just the lifestyle is something that you'll always remember. People should visit Jamaica because I'm sure 100% that it is the place to be on planet Earth. You need to come here and you will get that experience that you will never forget.
Thank you for coming out. I am sure that you're going to have a great day today. I'd like to welcome all our guests, our performers for today. I would like to say a special welcome to Professor Lorna Goodison, Professor Kwame Dawes, and of course our Poet Laureate, Mr. Mervyn Morris, Mr. Raymond Mayer, and Jerry Small, who I'm sure you're all anxious to hear from. So without any further ado, I welcome you and I hope you will have a wonderful day today. Thank you.
Very few people around know that. He was a very quiet person who never spoke much, but spoke a whole heap through the trombone. I think he's important because he embodies what it is to be a Jamaican in a post-slavery society, being one of those who emerged out of the victims of that slave system rather than the benefactors. And so that schizophrenic behavior of his perhaps is reflected in many of us as we come to grips with who we are in this society. And I want us to look and pay close attention to also that aspect of Drummond's life. Today we have among us some of the most eloquent poets that Jamaica has produced in recent times, led of course by Professor Mervyn Morris, our Poet Laureate, Jerry Small, who was among the very first to put into poetic form how he felt about Don Drummond, Raymond Mayer, a very keen and insightful person when it comes to the respect for music and all African diasporic and music in general, but specifically Jamaican music. Lorna Goodison, whose whole family embodies perhaps, I don't know, if I should add up their age, it might add up to about 10 among them all. I conveniently left off the digits, yes. A very cultural family in this country, each one contributing to multiple aspects of our culture among specifics. And Lorna has, over the years, paid a lot of attention to our music, what it means, and how it has inspired her as a poet to be who she is today, one of our leading poetic voices. Kwame Dawes, what can one say about someone so highly achieved? And as a poet and as interpreter and interrogator of people like Bob Marley, Don Drummond, and the music we have created, I think the team is as strong as the West Indies team under Clive Lloyd.
Yeah, that West Indian cricket analogy was getting worrisome for a minute. So the man big me up and then start bringing me down, but he qualified it and I'm grateful for that. Sort of serve as a moderator. I hear there's a new word for it called a conversant. Not sure what that exactly is, but whatever I do, you should regard it as the new definition of a conversant. But what I thought would be a great way of proceeding with this exploration is I'll be inviting each of the folks who are going to be here, the artists themselves who are going to be here, to speak. They'll speak for a little bit. They'll read the poems that they've written in response to the great work of Don Drummond. And after that, we will have a time just sitting here and have some conversation about Drummond, and then we'll open it up for some questions from the audience, and that should sum up what we're going to do. So if you need to have a sense of what is going to happen, that it is. That's the plan, okay? I should say some quick comments. One of the striking things about, about Drummond is that in the business that we are involved in, which is the use of words as poets, Drummond, of course, with a few exceptions, was a musician who worked with the instrumental. In other words, in the great tradition of the jazz musicians, the great tradition of the ska musicians, and certainly the Scatolites, we knew Drummond as a sound without necessarily having the words around them. But yet, one of the great discoveries around Drummond and around his work is, if you just took all the titles, which he clearly had some part in the naming of these tunes, and started to go down the line through these titles, you begin to get what is essentially a poetic articulation of his sense of who he was, his sense of the world in which he lived in, and the things that were valuable and important to him. And therefore, his music becomes this grand metaphor for huge and complex ideas, ideas that represent the great diaspora of Africa, ideas that represent a man who is engaged in the wider world and seeing it through the prism of his own existence and his own path. So there's this remarkable way in which, when we listen to Drummond, we begin to hear the echoes in the way that one encounters a metaphor, in the way that one encounters a simile. The thing sounds like. It becomes the sound that defines us, that helps us to understand where we're going. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And I suspect, personally, it is a bit of an envy, because what he could achieve with just that sound, for a writer, a poet, to try and replicate that or even come close to that, the emotion, the sentiment, and the complexity, is difficult, some would say almost impossible. But we try, and I think that's the heart of the poet. The poet will keep trying and will approximate beauty. We may fail, but it's a good failure. It's the right kind of failure.
Good afternoon, all. I was given the privilege to read not just my poem, but also a wonderful poem by Anthony McNeil, a poem called For the D. May I learn the shape of that hurt which captured you nightly into dread city, discovering through streets steep with the sufferer's beat. Teach me to walk through jukeboxes and shadow that broken music whose radiant stop is light. Guide through those mournfulest journeys, I, back into harbor spirit. In heavens now, remember we, and show we a way into praise, all seekers, together, one heart. And let we lock conscious when wrong and Babylon rock back again. In the evil season sustain, O heaviest spirit of sound. Anthony McNeil's For the D. And now I read my tribute to Don Drummond. I am God. I am love. And the Father is love and black, as the Son was black, as Solomon, who had 7 keys to the kingdom. I am weary. I have wandered long. I want to go home. The King of Kings has 7 keys to the kingdom. You don't understand my longing. You don't feel my song. I am singing, brother, singing. You don't understand.
Margarita did want Don Drummond to be her Valentino. And Don Drummond want her to be him Valentine. And when it interrupt and other people intercede, them get mad. And the same Cupid, for the promise of Valentine, you know, is that the Cupid, they know, if you want a woman or you want a man and you can't get them, Cupid will shot them and capture them, bring them to you. And you will dead. But if you give in to the lover, Cupid will make you live on. If you decide to live, you can live with the lover. Or if you stay by yourself, you're dead as meat. Anyway, it starts with a quotation from Psalms 87. The Psalms about Ethiopia. The Lord shall count, and when he writeth out the people, that this man was born there, Selah, as well as the singers and instrument, players on instrument. All my springs are in thee. And Don Cosmic is gone to his garden of love. Through his 29 years, he was actually 36. He was actually 37, 1 year, living 1 year longer than Bob Marley. But at the time, I believe he was 29. And through his 29 years in the valley of shadow of death, he gave us more music than what we asked for. We hurt inside when we remember that he was pushed around, pushed about, and then finally shoved out by Babylon. But Don Cosmic, this is the name of the music. But Don Cosmic played a tune that has not ended, the melody of Freedom Sounds. Although Don Drummond has not featured in Freedom Sounds, you know, but him playing it. Don Drummond is a natal black artist. You know what natal means? It has to do with birth. But in Jamaica, like Natal in South Africa, have to do with birth and, you know, nativity and things. But we convert in Jamaica and say metal mean ital, no cigarette or no false thing in there. Ital, originally it was metal, not ital. Anyway, always selecting performances in a historical light and in the center of modern musical history. Before he was a teen, he was on the forward line at New Music. I think it's too boring to read off the whole life. No, because I have a couple more things for show you. But anyway, Before he was a teen, he was on the forward line of new music at Alpha Boys School with men like Roland Alphonse at his infant side. And greats like these kept formation, recording tunes with his Alpha Days teacher Lenny Hibbert. Probably these three were reminiscent when they made School in the Duke in 1962. It was with these and those like Drumbaker, not long gone, because Drumbaker dead little before this article, right? And Rico, Bobby Guineer, Little G. McNair, Lester Sterling, Johnny Moore, Dizzy Reese, Chloe Johnson, Raymond Harper, Tom McCook, who had blown off the musical revolution back in 1956. The sound systems were like their instruments, for with the advent of local recording, these men got the hearing ear of the suffering public. Already listening here to their translation of popular black American boogie-woogie, jazz and spiritual and local timings soon cast them into a mold. By 1959, they had licensed and registered ska and bongo music in their name, the sufferer's name. And Don Drummond paid the registration fee. He caused J.J. Johnson and Kay Winding to stop, look, and listen. He led George Shearing to say, world's greatest. He helped Dave Brubeck to play the bass at Sabina. Blue, Dandelion, Blue and Iron, that was black and blue. A Peter Pan to Last Black Man, a Pied Piper. More music in his right hand than Little Boy Blue, too. More still in both hands, heart and mouth. Black man's musical conscience, for he played and paid the tribute to Marcus Garvey and told of his reincarnation. He announced the return of Paul Bogle. He burned JFK's memory, recorded the scandal. He hatted up Chinatown, you know, the anti-China riot in 1965. Press a reload and sudden attack, dragon. Look here.
Valley Prince for Dundee. Me one way out in the crowd, I blow the sounds, the pain, but not a soul would come inside my world or tell me how it's true. I love a melancholy baby, sweet with fire in her belly, and like a spite, the woman turn a whore. Cool and smooth around the beat, she wake the note inside me and I blow me mind. Inside here, me one in the crowd again, and plenty people want me blow it straight. But straight is not the way, my world don't go so, that is lie. Wanna give me back my trombone, man, it's time to blow me mind. Like many other listeners, I felt a special connection with some of Don Drummond's music. I was not a student of Drummond, but an admirer of Eastern Standard Time and other radio favorites such as Occupation and Green Island. I bought 2 LPs of his work, a Studio One LP called The Best of Don Drummond and a Treasure Isle selection, Don Drummond Greatest Hits. After getting news of his death, I played the LPs again and again. The poem that emerged tries to register the haunting sense of isolation I heard in many of the pieces. I had picked up some of the stories of Don D behaving oddly, being perceived as mad, and from time to time committing himself to Bellevue for help. People often described him as a person they found unknowable. Heather Augustine writes, "It is only through his music that we can ever try to know Drummond." The persona in my poem says, "But not a soul would come inside my world or tell me how it true." Not everybody thought he was mad. I'd like to quote a little bit from the Augustine book. In the opinion of Carlos Malcolm, recorded in that book, Don D was just a reserved person. A lot of guys didn't realize what went on in his mind. He had reached a level of proficiency that the environment could not contain him. And I think he was disappointed and disillusioned at the fact that he created all this stuff and didn't have the resources to record it. He was actually at the mercy of people like Coxsone, the sound system operator and impresario. Whenever he went to the studio, he used to have a little book in his back pocket, and he didn't have a manuscript. If he didn't have a manuscript, he would draw 5 lines and notate whatever he had composed. And when he get to the studio, Coxsone would say, "Well, I pay for the studio, and you will play what I tell you." To my ear, the emphatic, repetitive energy of ska seemed to represent restriction, regimentation even, against which Drummond blew cool and smooth around the beat. For the Drummond persona, straight is not the way. Margarita, his melancholy baby, is, as a muse can be, both inspiring and threatening. She wake the note inside me, and I blow me mind. The muse that can inspire him to fuller expression of himself may also drive him mad. Having murdered her, he is consigned to Bellevue as criminally insane. Once again, he is required to conform. Inside here, me one in the crowd again, and plenty people want me blow it straight. Longing to express himself more freely, he cries out, "Una give me back my trombone, man. It's time to blow me mind." The poem titled Valley Prince is an adaptation of Valley Princess, the title of a track on the Studio One LP. Some people have said that this is a poem about the isolation of the artist and the poet's identification with the Drummond persona. True enough, as far as it goes. But I like to think the poem says something about each of us, whether we call ourselves or are called by others artists. Isn't each of us ultimately unknowable? Doesn't each of us cry out at times against constraints on self-expression? Me one, way out in the crowd, I blow the sounds, the pain, but not a soul will come inside my world or tell me how it's true. I love a melancholy baby, sweet with fire in her belly, and like a spite, the woman turn a whore. Cool and smooth around the beat, you wake the note inside me, and I blow me mind. Inside here, me one in the crowd again, and plenty people want me blow it straight, but straight is not the way. My world don't go so, that is lie. Una give me back my trombone, man. It's time to blow me mind.
Them same born with a call, a not quite opaque white veil through which he visioned only he knew. At birth, them supposed to bury it under some special tree, and if we had known, we could have told them it was to be the angel trombone tree. Tap ta tap ta tap ta na na. Far, far east past Warika, down by Bournemouth by the sea, the angel trombone bell mouth sighs, and notes like petals rise, covering all a we. Not enough notes to blow back the call that descend regularly, and cover this world vision, hiding him from we. Find a woman with hair like rivers, a waist unhinged and free, emptied some of the sorrow from the horn's cup into the well below her belly, and she promised to take the call from his eyes, to remove the cold matter that clouded his eyes and stand between him and the trombone tree duppy. The promise dead like history, dead like she. For when the call come again and covered his eyes, this time the blade rise like notes in a scandal on a street corner, far, far east past Warika. From a bridge view, the crowd holds notes, one gone, Don gone. Lay me down, for the band must rest. Yes, music is my occupation. I tired to hold this note. You hold this memory for JFK, for me. Make the slide catch for his right ear, so I stop. And Bellevue is the view I view, and sometime I think the whole world mad too. Behold the house of his feet, the brown booger, tongue ajar, a door that blow and open and close no more. Fold the dark suit pressed under newspaper. Murder, screamed the morning paper. And bring the felt hat where the call would hide, to slip down sly and cover his eyes. And this time do the burial right for we. Bury the dawn under the angel trumpet tree. Give thanks to Herbie for hosting this groundation. A word we heard when many of us heard that word for the first time when Count Ozzy and the Mystic Revelation entered our mainstream. And give thanks to Margarita, who refused to go on if the Mystic Revelation were not allowed to play on the Opportunity Knock stage. My eldest brother, Howard Goodison, used to, as we said then, tour with the Scatolites. And on several occasions, he brought home Roland Alfonso and Tommy McCook to have dinner at my house. And while we siblings were very thrilled to have this musical greatness amongst us, we were all hoping that one day he'd bring home Don. Because even back then, we knew he was a star, a genius. My brother Keith, who is in the audience here, became from very early a serious collector of Jamaican music. And my brother Kingsley is beside him, went on to work for years with Sir Clement Cox and Dodd. And he's himself now a major promoter of our music. Everybody in my family, as Herbie said, has something to do with Jamaican music. But what I will remember and what I will never forget is that the first time I remember that New Year's Eve morning we heard that Don had killed Margarita. And it was one of the most, the sadness and the tragedy was so palpable. We just didn't know what to do. And I will henceforth refer to it as that thing that happened. You know, Jamaicans, when we want to do and talk about something bad, we always say that thing. In my mind, I always think of it as that thing that happened. But what worried me more than anything else about that thing that happened was some of the horrible things that were said about that woman. It was almost as if she was not a full human being because she was a rumba dancer. And there's a lot of evidence to the contrary that they had a partnership. It was a real love story. Shakespeare is a word that leaps to mind when I think about them. If you want to think of Othello, maybe, Samson, if you want to go to the Bible. But anyhow you want to think it was, they were archetypal figures. And for years, I've been thinking about Margarita Mahfood. And this is a lament for Margarita. Weep all you lovers for Margarita Mahfood, our own local beauty, deserving star turn on the silver screen, marquee dazzling like Dorothy Dandridge. Lament devotees of art and beauty for a dancer who could have moved with the National Dance Theatre, who rolled with belly dancers each side at Club Havana. Companeros consider if our sister had followed her star north, she might have caught strongman Fidel at the Tropicana. But this picture shows her lithe and lovely in limbo, slipping below the bar. Ayata Jadata from Venturian border, kings would cast down crown for, is gone. Here was a Lionheart gal turned sacrificial lamb. Doom love cut short her heart message song to our Ungu Malungu man. Woman a come with selfless love, her soft fragrant body repurposed as a human punching bag. Flag woman in the band of women who love strong. Heat seeker of warrior metal equal to her own. Lover with faith enough to believe all heal, surge through her body in waves. Enough to restore a damaged angel, the head place of the seraph's horn section. What about our children? She loved them. But she left them. She loved them. Woman a come, a song she composed herself from Rastafari chant, Hollywood musicals, and ancestral memories of Bedouin airs, keen as camel trains approach oases. O daughter of Lebanon, the last costume you hemstitch yourself with scarlet thread, ribboned by a killing blade. You sang out loud the secret name you moaned to your Ongo Malongo cosmic man who preferred you tell it to no one. He decided to sing only of that border place where two half-angels played safe in a make-believe land called Venturion. His lips that gave music to spirits' groanings, most times unuttered by mortals, could not give sound to your song. He could not bear to see you arrange your limbs for the hot and lustful crowds. His warring demons stood down when your hips raised high the banner of love. And when you dripped amber honey over him, you were cure-all, you were medicine. In the end, your body broken, and we all know how it went down. Peace be upon both of them now. A man who loves hard is called a Don Juan, a face man, a lover boy, a girl's man, a gallus. A woman who loves hard is called a whore, a dirty gal, a skettle, slut, and a ratchet. There's a long list of pejoratives to hard-loving women. Hard names, every one of them. Oh, Margarita, Anita, you danced in the club, and you followed your beloved to recording studios and dives. You could have claimed privilege of class and race, but you loved a cosmic half-angel, a man whose name held a drum within it, master of brass instruments sounding most like the human voice, the man who contained our sorrows in the horn's cup, the man who scored our sphere's music with an indelible pencil stub, whose mind was split to hold his extraordinary gift. And the two of you joined dreams of making it big, of being freed from life as a starving artist in a one room with a single bed and a battered desk.
I'll read a poem, and then we'll just go on stage and have a conversation and so on. This poem is called "It Is the Cause," Bellevue Ska, for Don Drummond. 1964. 1. Love is Earth's mission, despite the mast dead. Tony McNeil. The first visitation came riding the flapping coattails of a ska syncopation. Rudies with their daughters in miniskirts and helmet heads, smelling of the singe of the iron. Chopped scissor slashes between their legs, bowed, bobbed, grinned through the sweat, eyes blazing like midnight riders in the glass bucket wine and dinery, to the blast of Django's gunfire. The trombone calling back across the black sand of the southern coast, Yalas, where the slaves bury the seasoned body of Queenie, now traveling the miles to familiar soil, Takrady, Lome, leaving behind a dynasty of prophetesses who now spray the rum and shuffle in the dust yards around the pole. The ghost with cauled eyes and a green vision of Addis Ababa lingering like sand on his soft eyelashes is silent on the bandstand, watching this spectacle of remnants in the partygoers here in Kingston's hippest jazz club. He is eying like a dream the pelvis flirtations of Anita, the rumba queen whose hopes of heaven in Batista's Cuba have been blown up red like revolution. And now she ekes a less glamorous notoriety in the ballrooms of the city, waiting for New York to call, for Vegas, for Frisco Bay. The horn man intoxicates his vulnerable mind with her perfume, O prophet. How can you see through this haze? Wails David at the fetal remains of his misconceived offspring, the ghost of the Hittite, walking the old balconies where Bathsheba shed her skin and threw fidelity to the wind. Don't do it, says Elijah beneath the naked tree in the wake of the lust for Jezebel, whose flesh nourishes the dogs that shit her out into the fetal rivers. But Don, the horn man, pulling his bell to find the distempered melody in his puffed cheeks, his tongue toying with the brass, tonguing the patois into the ride of the ska, the ride of the new jazz from Alpha to the Omega of Talbot's fertile soil. What does he care about the cuckolded Panamanian boxer, Anita's old custodian and pimp? In this fire of their silent lust, burning up the glassed bucket's dance floor, making the prophet fall like that. 1968, 2. When the cosmic journeys after the falling of the mind in Bellevue's silent dust, it is the murderer's gaze that leads. With fired visionary zeal, white shirt tucked tidy, standing there with 3 days' sweat and as many sleepless nights in his eyes. He guides the traffic in crossroads, crisscross of lanes with his fingers, a rotating compass making perfect circles. In his head, the blast of horns, the impatient expletives are applause, the rotten flute, bouquets of rose. The spirit of Don, the horn man, reinvents itself as the prophet who guides the Black Mariah to an empty alcove and waits, arms outstretched for the bangles. Waving away the cobwebs, he follows the path into the gloomy belly of the shuddering van, and carried away like bedward to the fluid calmness of injections and white walls and beds. In his head, the song again. You pray tonight, Anita. It is the cause. It is the cause. 1982, 3. In the interim, the boys sprint, riding the smoky jolly buses, chanting, chanting. The traffic renews its insanity, and a generation abandoned by its prophets and dreamers searches for its old vomit, while the horn man, blinded, sees the machete dripping blood. Anita's wounds, like Caesar's, sing their arias, the accusers at last finding voice on her porcelain belly. So this poem, thank you. So this piece was written, nice one. This piece was written, it's part of a longer collection, a longer book, like a book-length poem called Prophet. And in a sense, inside it, there are these spirits of archetypal Jamaicans, as Lorna Goodison mentioned, that become the framework, they sort of, the touchstone for many of the excursions that happen in this book. And in the poems. And I think that's one of the striking things, that the story, which became a story to me, since I was not living in Jamaica when the events happened until Drummond's death, became a fascinating story to me about an artist and the struggle of an artist, the tragedy of a relationship, and a series of narratives that surround it. But it's a story that repeats itself about what we do to our artists in Jamaica. And it's a difficult story, and it's a story that we have to keep encountering again and again, and asking questions about how we care for our artists, how we give space to our artists, and how our artists continue to create despite the difficulties and the challenges of that act of creation. And in many ways, I think that's going to be some of the things that I hope we can start talking about in the next few minutes. But it's curious to me, I don't know what our thoughts are across the panel, why Drummond becomes an active subject in the writing of Jamaican poets. We talked about Tony McNeil doing the same thing. There are few people who sort of fit that mode. Bob Marley is written about by many, but certainly Drummond has this kind of iconic status and appears in the poetry again and again. And I wondered if we could talk a little bit about why we think this has been the case and why the writers seem to be inclined to see in Drummond a possibility to write as a kind of inspiration or trigger for poetry for themselves. So this can go around. So who wants to start?
What I said that as a muse, Don Drummond belongs with many of the great tragic heroes. I mentioned Othello and that is Shakespeare. But the really important thing is, and my brothers will back me up on this, if you saw him on a stage, you didn't look at anybody else. Wow. Some people just have that star quality. I once had the honor of seeing Miles Davis play. It was the same kind of thing. You could have 100,000 people on the stage. That wouldn't happen. But in case you were only going to see him. And I saw him play twice, once at the Little Theatre, and I can see him in my mind's eye now on the stage. And you just look at him from beginning to end. And that was just, I think my brothers told me that. They said if he played before you, if you were on a program with him and he went on first, you're dead. You might as well just forget about it. He had that star quality, which you can't even define what it is. Also, just one last thing, and the Miles Davis analogy is interesting here for me again. I saw a lovely account of once, apparently he used to sing sometimes, and he turned his back on the audience and sang Polka Dots and Moonbeams. Right. This is before Miles Davis was turning his back on people. And the other thing is, that's another thing, is that he was always so sharp. He's a good-looking guy. And I loved how he put himself together. You see that picture of him there? He had on a suit. But he had on this brown, what we call a booger. And
Puss.
Yeah, yes. And and I said that, look, no, people ever run DMC and those rap. I'm not, maybe they got it from him, I don't know. But he's the first man anybody saw in a full suit with a booger.
With a booger.
Well, the same year that I decided, 1962, when I decided I have to go learn, I have to go get a trombone. I never get it till 1977. But I decided, and Enrico Rodriguez started coach me, who Don Drummond himself did coach. But when I decided, that same year, 1962, I come home and I not do no schoolwork from 1958. I not do no schoolwork. All the things that I learn at Vast Prep School, when I was 7, I was teaching at 3rd form at JC. So, I not do no schoolwork, but me hear my old man at home Don Drummond music, and I'm study. I sum up murder case and I'm home Don Drummond. And him push me through the door and him ask me what I want the name. What that one name, School in the Duke. And I tell him, when him ask me about 5, I tell him his name. Him ask me if I know my schoolwork, so. So you can, but him love it, you know. And him grew up at East. Him grew up right opposite Bellevue, my old man, in a Black Street, in a Brownstone. And him love the music, him tell about the dance. So, Don Drummond, music is a thing that soothes. It's a contradiction. Music is a thing that it soothes and it also stirs. And Don Drummond music, it mostly soothing. But it's some of the topic them we make about, you know, like Snowboy. A ganja boat will disappear and the explosive. And Coolie Boy, one Indian man have all for money. And him drive a blue and white Pontiac. And when Don Drummond mash up him trombone, him buy a next trombone, get Don Drummond, and Don Drummond make a music named Coolie Boy. Make Snowboy. What this name can tell about it?
My short poem to Don was based on an actual meeting with Don. I met him at the corner of Victoria Avenue and Palace Theatre. I was going east on a mission, and I saw Don, and I spoke to him because I knew him because I used to follow the music all over the place. And he was walking up and down. It was in one of his periods when I had take him, you know. He was walking up and down, round up and down in front of Palace. So I greet him. And just nod at me, no say nothing. So long after I come back now, last bus and all that I waiting to take to go home across road, I still see him. So I go up to him and look at me and say, I know Jah would have sent you with my supper. Just that. That is it. And we start talking and I walk across the road. That time I have a place called Down the Hole. And we go down there and I let off and down. And then I stay with him and we reason together a little. And I will talk about right reasoning with him is foolishness. I am only listening to him. because I never understand in one of the things when I'm telling me at all. Which is in my poem, you know, at King of Kings have 7 keys to the kingdom. All of that is what Don said to me. And on the last bus leave me. So I walk home to Crossroad, up South Camp Road. And that is when the poem come to me.
It's a tragic story, which was pretty fully told in the press.
Right.
So that one was responding to what was a kind of presentation of a mad genius who had not only murdered his wife or girlfriend, but had actually gone to the police station to report the murder.
To report it, exactly.
You know, so there are all sorts of things that would have kept one's attention on him. But I think it's really the music that meant most to me.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to go into the Margarita thing a little more because I thought about her a lot. And one of the things that I found really very painful to deal with is that if you look at her, she could have easily, you know, pulled rank and, you know, class and privilege and color and all those things that Jamaican people count so dear. She was, you know, she was beautiful, she was fair-skinned, she was of Lebanese descent, and she could have had a completely different life. The fact that she chose to be with a man who was ill, he was a damaged person, he was a genius, but he was damaged, says something about her. It says that she obviously had a lot of love and compassion in her heart because she was with this man. Her other marriage, apparently, with Rudolph Bent, it is said that the man was a professional boxer who used to beat her up. You know, so there are all kinds of, I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist. Fred is in the back there, he will deal with all of that. But I kept thinking about what kind of person she was. And that song, Woman A Come, which is our only song that anybody knows of, my brothers were the authorities reliably informed me that he didn't like that title. It was just, you know, all the sort of, what that inferred. And he preferred her to call it Venturian border. No, I've heard people say Venturian, Centurion, and Prenturian. I think it's Venturian. But they said that he preferred that she call it Venturian border. And I kept thinking of what that means, that border space that the two of them occupied. Because, you know, most really highly creative people occupy that space. It's a space sort of between the establishment and the open land. I have no protection there. And that's where I found it interesting and instructive that he wanted her to call it Venturian border. And the other thing about it is that Kingsley and Keith tell me that, I keep referring to them, but they said that to see them together, there was no doubt that this was an intense love between two people. And apparently she used to help him to write the titles of the poem. He consulted with her. They had a partnership. This wasn't some kind of loose woman that he was dealing with. They had a partnership. There was a real love. And that song, if you listen to the lyrics of that song, the closest thing that I can think of, somebody compared it to the words in the Song of Songs, but there's a tradition in Middle Eastern women, Sufi poet women, who give their all for love. It is a complete and utter abandonment to the beloved. If you read it, I mean, she sees him in the trees, she hears him in the breeze, she says, you are my love, my life, my all. So this was a love that took her out. She took her away from her family, her children, everybody, because she was utterly devoted to this man. So I would like for people to think again about why she didn't use all that was at her disposal, her looks, her color, her privilege, all of that, to live a different kind of life. It must be that she had some intense and real and powerful love for this man.
The trombone, especially the slide trombone, not so much a valve one, it's so much of a phallic symbol to many people, especially I said the valve trombone, not to extend, but the slide trombone can extend on contract. And Don Drummond was something about snake charm, although the snake more associated with the male as a phallic symbol. You know, so when the snake charm blow the right way, the snake rise up from out of the basket, and it's a kind of relationship between him and Margarita. But one of the closest friends of Don Drummond, Sterrett, Mr. Sterrett, you know him? Do you know Mr. Sterrett? Sterrett go excels in 1942, one of the earliest Rastafari man we go to high school. And Stereo was very close to Don Drummond. And so one thing with trouble Don Drummond is that a lady a compare for him size with other man's size and him not like it. You understand me? But the last time I saw Don Drummond, it's nothing, I don't know nothing bad. For our size is not everything. But the last time I see Don Drummond, last time I see Don Drummond was at Glass Bucket. And like myself, half of the people who come at the Scatterlight show, them come to see Don Drummond. And they was on the bandstand the whole night. And them jump up and down. And them don't blow a note the whole night, but them dance to every music. Them don't blow a note the whole night. And sometimes when you go there, especially when them not playing, and you talk to me, they say, or when them play, like one night down a Bournemouth, you know, during the break. Well, Scatterlights, when them go for a break, it's all 45 minutes, you know. And sometimes them not come back. If them not get the right pay, them not come back. Anyway. So anyway, during the break, so I said to Don Drummond, say, boy, everything you say, sometimes everything you say, I'm repeating, you know. And him say, man, say, boy, the music nice, and him say, music nice. And him say, then wait, you go back, go on the bandstand. Him say, you go back on the bandstand. I'm just repeat everything. But that's him want you kind of stop from asking all about it.
Talk a little bit about his music and its position, and why you think it was so significant. Yeah.
Sharon is credited with saying, along with other people giving different figures, that this must be one of the 5 greatest trombonists in the world, as an understatement. But the big 5 of trombonists, when I was growing up and start listening to Jamaican music seriously, like in the 56 come up, like for the next 10 years, the big 5 trombonists in Jamaica was Carl Masters, Molo. Molo is a German. Mueller. A Mueller I name, but you call him Molo. A kind of Dundus looking, but a German. Nice brethren. A true man. And Carlos Malcolm. And Rico Rodriguez. Well, Don Drummond know the 5th one. Now, out of that 5, why nobody not write no poetry about the rest of them? I know true people dislike them, but the kind of soothing effect. Out of the 5 great trombones in Jamaica, it's because the way the man play and the kind of stimulation where the music give, both to soothe and both to rouse.
Yeah.
And you understand me?
Just I agree with you. I think I'm told that the trombone sounds most like the human voice of all musical instruments. And if you, I know certainly when you play something like Green Island for me, and Snowboard too. And there's another one, but it sounds exactly like a human being crying. And I think he had that gift. It's as if he had collected up some of our collective sorrow, and he was able to process it and play it in music. That is what I think about him. Because when you hear him, you hear it's a kind of sorrow that it's like what the Bible talks about. You know, it's like groanings that cannot be uttered. It's like he had the ability to utter those groanings that are not supposed to be uttered. Yeah. Because the atoms shift when you hear that music. You know, you're breathing a certain kind of air and he plays, and you just feel, if the air just is, the atoms are disturbed. So I think that there's not even any way you can explain something like that. You have to go back to maybe Bible and talk about people being anointed. Certainly, if anybody was anointed, that man was anointed. Bob was anointed. That's right. No, I think them know. Don't I know about David and Saul? Yeah, but anyway, but the point is, I think he was anointed, and whether you're religious or not, you have to concede that there are some people who get, they have a kind of gift that you cannot explain. Because as I understand it, and again, my brothers and Herbie's not in here, people who know him will say, what's that marvelous with the phrase where they say he could transport anything from anything into anything? He studied the trombone from a piano book. Apparently, he could just write, he wrote out all, he just did any instrument to give him could transpose music. He was an extraordinarily gifted musician. And nobody can gainsay that, nobody can deny that. So you can explain it all you want, but you have to make room for the fact that this man was anointed. He was extraordinarily gifted, which is why I refer to him as an archetypal figure, like Samson or like David or any of those people. It's like Bob is like that. He's the second person like that. And their story fits in with all the narratives of all those great heroes who, it's like them don't have no mother and father. It's like the creation just put them down.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for people if you have any questions. But I want us to focus at first to just talk as we talk about the poems, the things that are written out of John Drummond, but also his legacy, his music, and its importance. Okay, go ahead. Whoever has the microphone, please speak.
Jerry, maybe you can help with this one. Can it be substantiated that Don really went to the Bellevue Hospital on his own accord? I said this because I know that the Bellevue Hospital was built really as a prison. If the colonial people couldn't get it to general penitentiary, they would find some reason to declare your mother and put you in the Bellevue. And based on some of the titles of his music, ends my question.
It's not him designate all of the titles, but he was known to check himself more than one time. Yeah. And also, there's another brother who going to Bellevue with him, another trombonist, 1956. And Don was in and out, but that guy never come out. And I interviewed him in 1982. I interviewed, you remember his name, Herbie? Yeah, man, I have it on tape. Right, yeah. 1982, until we whole about him and Don Drummond, in and out there, but him never come out. And, but him checking himself from time to time, like many people who understand themselves.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, greetings. I'd like to ask a question. Jerry being the historian within that time, Jerry, if him could clear it up and say something. I understand that Don Drummond was to play at a session one night. And up to the moment of the show was supposed to start, nobody don't see him. And all of a sudden they hear a sound coming. And I was wondering where the sound coming from. And I check it out, it was inside the treetop. I don't know if Jerry know anything about that. It was in the tree.
Well, there are a lot of accounts by different people who witness different things, similar to that. And unlike other musicians, what I want, because I want to come back to the Pied Piper. It's a European story, but it's a thing that happened many times where musician like David, Saul was a madman, and David was called David was called first to sue down Saul when he get on mad, and then he offered to kill Goliath. And after that, he go back to that. But I have to give credit to Dermot Hussey, who in May 1969, him got together with three away, so, and Tommy McCook, Prince Buster, and some other musicians, and did a program for RJR named Requiem to Don Drummond, when many other people in radio, especially the mainstream radio, wouldn't want to do that. JBC was created specifically to expose that kind of thing. I have to give credit to, I was Norman Manley's idea, but him facilitated it. Being somebody who was culturally sensitive, Norman Manley as a premier in 1957, facilitated the idea that you need a radio station to project the Jamaican culture without apology. Because RJR never too outside of Calypso meant RJR never want to expose the modern popular music that was going on. And JBC was brought in, and Teenage Dance Party also exposed working class youth and the uptown people. A lot of the uptown people used to snicker at the bad pronunciation of the working class youth on TV, on JBC every day. And the same comment. Every music card, they had a little contest. They had a judging thing where they would play like 5 music and you judge it and see if it can go. Do you expect it to be a hit and so on? And the uptown people used to sneak and say, what you must say it? I think this is going to be a hit. What they mean by it? And
Yeah, but them also used to say, I like the beat.
no, but that's a coming too. Them also saying every music play them say them I like the beat. But what you think people, Jamaica people, resonate to most? It is the beat that move them. And this is one of the main characteristics of Don Drummond and also Baba Brooks and so on. As a horn player, them simulate drum beat in a staccato kind of way that them phrase them music in between the normal jazz way and the normal European classical way. And one more thing I want to mention, the same Pied Piper thing. You remember that there was problem in the community. Hamlin was sitting in Germany and then can't clean it up. See, like the chickpea and the whole pack garbage. Rat infestation. And there's a man where him can play music and it have different effect. And them pay him 80,000 guilder to clear out the rat. The man played 3 minutes. 3 minutes and the rat clear up. And them say, him forget $80,000 for 3 minutes work. Then say, we are giving 40,000. You see, him kind of thing with politicians deal with today, you know. They want to pay off.
We'll take 2 more questions.
As I think of this occasion to celebrate the life of Don Drummond, I know he has impacted on our life. I want to just give tribute to Mr. Mervyn Morrison, which is the reason why I'm here, because I remember the poem, The Day My Father Died. I could not cry, my mother cried, not I. And it is in the same way I think of Don, the fact that there are so many people who capitalize upon the emotions that we want to express, that when we think of their work, we are inspired and we can own it.
We can take one more. Somebody over there. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. I just wanted to ask a question. Jamaica is very political. People get very excited when there is a political discussion or elections. When Mandela came to Jamaica, I was the permanent secretary, and so I organized for him to speak as part of the program to Parliament. And the text of the citation was negotiated between Jamaica House and Mr. Siaga. I put that as background because during the course of the Mandela visit, in private discussions with his delegation, 2 things emerged. One was a very explicit statement that in no country had they felt as much love from the people as they did in Jamaica. The second point, and you will recall the concert at the stadium, I was told that the Jamaican music was what sustained them during the hard years of apartheid. And I make those 2 points because I want to ask whether there is in the sociology of the Jamaican music the linkage between the music and the political maturation of the society, which in my view is still somewhat substandard considering the other achievements of the Jamaican society, that our politics is still quite parochial. So I wonder whether anyone is linking the music with the political maturity that should come after, let us say, 70 years, starting from 1938, when there was that movement for the awakening of the Jamaican majority.
Well, let me give a brief response, but I think you've kind of answered the question yourself by your question. It is clear that we have been, I would say, both fortunate, but it's part of the implication of the crucible that is the Middle Passage and the resistance to the implications of that Middle Passage, and a culture that emerges that cuts both ways. There's an incredible capacity for resistance and for innovation and essentially survival. But when it's built on resisting a violent kind of pressure, then there's the underside of that resistance. But the artists themselves, it is absolutely clear, the musicians are visionaries. They articulated a vision. When Mandela says the music sustained them, it's because they heard Tosh singing about their struggle when others may not have been singing about that struggle. When they heard Big Youth chanting about their struggle, when few other people were doing it. They were hearing all of these sounds that were affirming themselves in that struggle. And it wasn't a sound that was external. It was sung from an internal place, a genuine belief that if that struggle continues, then the people who are singing that song remain in struggle. I think one of the great things about a reggae lyric has been that ownership of that connection. And I think that's why Mandela's statement is what it is. But we must always accept, as Brother Jerry has been saying again and again, that the artist, the musician, is a visionary and has led things in ways that we only recognize in retrospect.
So Mr. Dawes started by saying that he wanted to lead the conversation at a point about the challenges of Jamaican artists and musicians and why it seems as if they had such a hard road for what it is that they expressed to be accepted. Because as some persons have inferred, the music was not seen as good music at a point. We all can remember that. It is, to me, an issue to some extent about Don Drummond's pain. And I just want to sort of project to when Freddie might be speaking to say that there is an unknowable, unexpected, unthinkable, and unspeakable experience of life which his music seems to express, which I think all of us as human beings have a part of our experience that we don't want to talk about, and we don't want anybody to know about, and we probably don't even want anybody to think that that could happen to us. But it has happened, and there is that pain in the community that the music sounds. And there is also the disrespect and the exclusion because of where the music is coming from. Because the difference between Don Drummond and some of the other artists is he never came looking for anybody to play his music, as far as I know, Herbie. People were drawn to him, but a lot of the other artists would go to the radio station every day with their little, 45, whatever it was, and be begging for a little airtime.
Okay. So I'm going to sort of wrap this up, yes, and we can have conversation one-on-one afterwards and so on. Just a couple of quick little closing comments that I'll make. One is, there was a question earlier that we never really addressed, and I just want to say something about it. We haven't yet started to talk seriously about the idea of mental illness and how we deal with it in Jamaica and the implications of it. And Don Drummond represents a figure who struggled with it. And in many ways, if we pay attention to Drummond and many other artists and individuals who live amongst us and the struggles that they have, we may be able to start to see ways in which we can improve in the way that we deal with us as we are struggling with these issues and be able to talk about them in reality. So I think that's one of the sort of unspoken things, but it's a thing that we have to contend with as a society and as a nation. And of course, there's a question of the artist and the artist's position and whether the society nurtures the artist and the ways in which we actually can destroy our artists. And I think there are many lessons that we can learn from that. But at the end of the day, one of the great gifts we've got is the legacy of Drummond's music. And this is something that, fortunately, if we preserve it, protect it, and find ways to replicate it in other artists and so on, it cannot be taken from us. And I think that is a very important thing. So I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank Raymond. I want to thank Mervyn Morris. I want to thank Bongo Jerry, Lorna Goodison, and I definitely want to thank myself for the wonderful job I did. And I also want to thank Andrew for his wonderful playing, the trombone work. Yeah, Andrew, come have the last word. Make Drummond have the last word. Thank you all very much.
Well, this one I've been practicing recently. It's called Paul Bogle.
This is your original one?
No, Don Drummond.
Don Drummond, Paul Bogle.
It's also a Don Drummond solo.
Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
I love waking up every day in this country. This is where I was born and raised. I have such a passion for my country, and for me this is home. In Jamaica, a lot of people, they look at just like beach, sea, sand, but our mountains are something to behold. It's majestic up there, and it's a different type of peace. It's a different type of lifestyle completely. I could mention many different places that are amazing, but the one thing I do love about Jamaica as well is that you can find that relaxation, you can find that chill in your backyard. Apart from it being an incredibly beautiful country, an incredibly beautiful island, we have a wonderful, wonderful culture, wonderful, vibrant, colorful people. There is definitely a realness to Jamaica. There's definitely something that no matter what keeps you in touch with reality here. Why come to Jamaica? It all comes back down to Jamaica as a whole. The food, the music, the culture, the people, the climate. Come out and meet us, come out and experience what Jamaica has to offer.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna bring the church to you tonight. You understand me? Are you ready to be blessed? You notice that them don't put up on gospel night, they put up on dance all night. So I'm gonna bring the blessing. Run it, man. I'm not my Bible nor my pulpit tonight, but just touch down in the pulpit. People them catching a spirit. Jesus me almighty. So you know them can't fight me. Man, if people say me ugly, maybe people them love me. Just get a call from the president, pastor. Can you baptize me? Bring out the holy water. Make me baptize your son or your daughter. Hey, this just dropping on my spirit. And pray for the teacher. Dance all say me relevant. Preach Christ, we not hesitant. People say me elegant, but don't overdo it like elephant. Me have two churches, so me like preach. Me have my own cash, me not like leech. Me have enough souls when me want reach. I just saw me preach. Me say I just saw me preach. Me say I just saw me preach. Me say I just saw me. You get it? Just touch down in the church ground. Me a string up my big sound. Every liar, every thief, every thuggy from the creech, never know so the pastor is in town. Reggae music brings some. Pastor preaching win some. That's why me have to use wisdom. Few more for the kingdom. Me say I just saw me preach. Let me hear you say it. I just saw me. Me now hear me say I just saw me. Pastor man I just saw me. Preach from the Old and New Testament. Sometimes I just bear excitement. Bleed the blood, frighten them. I just saw me preach. I try to walk with you every day. People try to drive me out same way. Should have been a kiss and a makeup, but it ended in a breakup. So I guess I'll start again. Cause me and you now we're best friends. We going on a journey. Father, please go before me. I got my wife, I gotta take her, she's the love of my life. My son is looking at me and asking, Daddy, is everything okay? Pressure, it start to reach me. Life lessons start to teach me. And in the midst of it all, you say your word, go and go preach it. So what if me never get paid? So what if the bill due today? Anything you ask me to do, me I go do it without delay. To your father for strength me I pray, but rather follow you than man me obey. But the greatest thing, every day above the ground is a good day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Every day above the ground is a good day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Every day above the angels, them a watch over me. My forefathers, them a guide me. If you get a call from the Lord and you avoid it, I don't fear no Jezebel, her walk, her talk, her spell. I want complete this mission, yeah. I don't want end up in a no hell. What is about me? Father God, and this you tell me. Go and go take up the word and start to preach it down at Tivoli. So good morning, Canterbury. I'll be and lady right beside me. But the greatest thing that we got if you love your life, that's so, hey. So what if me never get paid? So what if the bill due today? Anything you ask me to do, me ain't gonna do it without delay. So your father for strength me I pray, rather follow you than man me obey. But the greatest thing, every day above the ground is a good day. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Me now hear no. Every day above the ground is a say yeah, 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 yeah. One drop.
Freedom, emancipation, how we call it. Yes, I know. Oh, I know one day the sun is gonna shine for me. I know. Oh, yes, I know. Jah is gonna set me free. Yes, I know. Oh, I know one day the sun is gonna shine for me. I know. Oh, yes, I know. Jah is gonna set me free. Listen, I may be in this situation for a very long time, but it won't be forever. For me the sun will shine. Stand up and take what is mine. From the back to the front of the line. I know better than the gun. I'm a see and go so. And they say yes, I know. Oh, I know one day the sun is gonna shine for me. I know. Oh, yes, I know. Jah is gonna set me free. I know. Oh, yes, I know one day the sun is gonna shine for me. I know. Oh, yes, I know. Take it up, be free. And listen me, Jah is gonna set we free one day. Yes, He man gonna set we free. He man gonna set we free one day. Hear what I say. For all of the struggles on no fears, I never time you a waste. But from one to endure, and then the year runs deep. I know, oh yes, I know one day the sun is gonna shine for me. I know, oh yes, I know, Jah is gonna set me free. I know, oh yes, I know one day. Yes, I know, oh I know. We tell you now. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Too long we in bondage. All who respect what Marcus them come to me say and they here. Over here, so let me see some man. Round there, sir. One them there. Over there, sir. I don't know Martin Luther. Miss Rosa Parks. None of the maroon. Them do all of them things there. And right now it's like the people them not regarded. Jump that my wife. Give me that thing. Sashia. Yes, it's a shame, what a shame. The young people are here. I tell you it's a shame, what a shame. The morals and standards. Check it out, listen me. I can't believe what this man did fight for. No. I say I can't believe what this man come did die for. No. I say I can't believe what this man was did cry for. Because we are survivors. Oh, Daddy Marcus. Yes, I see a world have come to pass. And all know them, they know themselves and them back gone through the wall. And for you name every day, I hear them a call. But through them bow down and sell out emancipation part and them a fall. I tell you it's a oh, what a shame. We are my people are here. Shame, what a shame. From you that love to see a crime-free Jamaica. When that's where we don't want to the meeting. Oh, what a shame. From you that love to see a crime-free Jamaica. Too much killing over there right now. We can't take that. Give me that. Go to the better Jamaica. Right, that's all the thing. Good night again, my people. From here, caution, we come to speak equal rights and justice. One power we are healing. We really want to know. You not see the slogan change. What is them plan? Alright done. Help me and tell you a caution. Caution again. Jamaica slogan. What do we have for no one, no man? And sing the song. I tell you a young dreamer for better Jamaica. Wood and water. It seems like we slow and change. I want to turn this in a land of manslaughter. Oh yes, I'm dreaming for better Jamaica. Want to land up wood and water. It seems like we slow and change. Turn this in a land of manslaughter. I know a lot of people that want to fly away, but them no have a choice. Miss Andy, you are my shopping with paradise. You not see the place so nice again. We try them one, we chill up on the ice, my friend. The arms out in Jamaica if you stop. Them lock down go party but them carnival for shot. Minimum we drink can't live off of that. Full time we do something about that. Tell them that I'm dreaming. Want to well and laugh. Wood and water. It seems like we slow and change. But this in a land of manslaughter. Oh yes, I'm dreaming of a better Jamaica. Walk to will and come wood and water. Seems like we're slower. Want to ask them a question. Alright then, how them expect the crime rate to drop? Tell me how the crime a go stop. When you bring in rules and regulation. We lock down poor people shop. No funny song, this way you go on. Them a sponsor. And them they create so much gangster. Question me ask, give me answer. And who goes in disaster? That is why I'm dreaming. Want to be like them, wood and water. It feels like the slogan change. I'm off it done this in a land of manslaughter. Oh yes, I'm dreaming of a better Jamaica. Want to be like them, wood and water. It feels like the slogan change. Alright then. Good night.
Emancipation Park, how you feeling? Tell me. I'm in love with you. Just wish you knew my name. I'm in love with you. Just wish you knew my name. I'm available and I don't play no games. I'm in love with you. Just wish you knew my name. You see, I'm holding on for all those times you smiled at me. And I'm not shy, I just don't wanna shoot my shot at this. So when I'm on the gram, you know I'm liking all your pics. I tell no lies when I say that I'm feeling crazy. Look at you shine like a star. All I want is good luck. When you speak, I hear the sitar. Just wanna love you. I'm in love with you. Just wish you knew my name. I'm in love with you. Just wish you knew my name. We're gonna match it up, you know. And we're taking it to school. Are you ready, Pete? Just wish you knew. I would like to get to know you, baby. Like to get a piece of that sexy body. I would like to get to know you, baby. Like to get a piece of that sexy body. I would like to turn you on from the night straight until dawn. On and on and on and on and on. I'm a girl on to deal with it, report them. Can't keep up with the trends, report them. If I'm in a Magdalene time, report them. Whatever the big beauty queen, we support them. I'm a girl on to deal with it, report them. Can't keep up with the trends, report them. If I'm in a Magdalene time, whatever the big beauty queen, support them. Now pop no style, I strictly roots. Now pop no, now pop no, now pop no. So if I'm a runner, you know call out to me. So you see me in my pants and sing. See me in my heart attack, yeah. See me in your heart attack. Whoa, give me a little bass, let me wind up the wind. Up, down, top, ranking. Love is all I bring. You know me call keys, who can tick, tick. Now pop no. Hey. Give me no. Woo! That was nice. It did nice, don't? The band so nice? Yes, I am Kalia. Okay. This one is my new song. It's called Easy. For everybody when no say them work hard in a life and them need one chance. You ever feel like that is you? You just need one chance, one opportunity, that one job there, and you have to say easy. Make we go through. Come. Easy make me go. Study hard for 7 years long. Them say experience me no have and that no fair man. Ya know. Give me a blind man. easier to find a gun when work is like a diamond. Now poverty on a nothing new. See my mother works hard to make a butter stew. So when you see me, I'ma pop up on your interview. Just know a good feel like me, I try for sale. So easy make my God true. Works hard and yet me still behind, man. Easy make my God true. From 1990 long been on the grind, man. Tired of me old shoes. Sometimes I feel so hungry I feel crying, man. Easy make my God true. Easy make my God true. God true, God true. We're not daft and we're not lazy. I've been my mouth ever since I was a baby. For real, nothing ever gravy. Life in the ghetto, put your shelter over safety. Everywhere you walk, a bad news. If I don't leave, then I will never get a grand view. The law is lessons, nobody no follow no rules. But the ghetto teacher like no get it confused. Yeah, I wanna grow, wanna grow, wanna grow out there. I'm gonna show that I have no fear. Thanks to the most, I may live to see another year. I'll forget my share, so easy make my God true. Works hard and yet still behind, man. Easy make my God true. From 1990 long been on the grind, man. Tired of me old shoes. Sometimes I feel so hungry I feel crying, man. Easy make my God true. Easy make my God true. God true, God true. Might back my way, but you can stop my way. So put up on the lights, I feel we see a brighter light. Every day I pray, so I know that one day my blessings I go heavy, get to heaven in your way. I wanna grow, wanna grow, wanna grow. I'm gonna show that I have no fear. Thanks to the most, I may live to see another year. I'll forget my share. Easy make my God true. Works hard and yet we still behind, man. Easy make my God true. From 1990 long been on the grind, man. Tired of me old shoes. Sometimes I feel so hungry I feel crying, man. Easy make my God true. Easy make my God true. Just easy make my God true. Work so hard and yet me still behind, man. Easy make my God true. From 1990 long been on the grind, man. Tired of me old shoes. Sometimes I feel so hungry I feel crying, man. Easy make my God true. Easy make my God true. Thank you.
I'm gonna say Emancipation Park, walk one. Whoa, 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 night. You want good, you know what's up your road. I mean, say watch your dead. Success on no nice if the road never rough. That's why me never give up. Me say me never give up. So kill them with a smile when them guys broke. I never give up. Me say me never give up. Say keep on holding on to your dreams. No care how impossible it may seem now. Me say me never give up on the dreams. So watch out now. Never give up if it was easy. Success wouldn't feel as nice as it does. You hold the faith and go out for your dream. Time put in, your dream come true. It's gonna take some time to achieve. I said the sweet and the victory. Never give up, so we all live up and work hard. And everyone can be the best to pick up here now. Say success would not nice in the lovely. Good night, Emancipation Park. My name is Zagazin. I would have to perform some nice song for people. Go on to the next one. Can we chat it? Yeah. Yeah. Manners. Whoa. Well, alright. And I say leave it a good way. Emancipation Park, hear me, I say. So watch out now. The journeys in life, they're like the road. Destination is like my goal. Well, alright, well, yeah. Said I'm trying till I reach my destiny. Is Let's go night again. And I say give thanks for life. And I say leave it a good way. And me say hear me I say. So me say watch a then. The journey's in life you like the road. Destination is like my goal. Well alright. Said I'm shining till I reach my destination. We're flowing like the birds. We're flowing like the bees. I said to you it might be hard and in my head it's a vacation. We're flowing like the leaves. Leaves on the breeze level. Are we there yet? Because it's been some time. Seen rain, I've seen the sunshine. Straight and the broken lines, yes I'm fine. Said I'm fine. Go round steep corners too. Roadside where stone might fall on you. Now left out Jaja so me call on you. Me know you're trying to. Trying till I reach my destination. We're flowing like the birds. We're flowing like the bees. I say to you it might be hard and in my head it's a vacation. We're flowing like the leaves on the breeze. Hey, I said we sit back, relax and enjoy the ride. Flow with the tides of life. Road might slippery and yes we might slide. Rastafari be the shield and guide. Always keep a spear, no you never know if the road ahead it a go rocky. Have your destination, you're ready for road. Just take control, try till I reach my ease up. Yeah. Good night, Emancipation Park. My brother Taros not there. So I'm here enough to perform that one. You see it? You see we? Watch what go on. We don't give trouble, we give thanks. Turn up in music and we no response. Music I play from across the distance. Emancipation Park. Will everybody be here? Free up and we say, be as the ease up. Yeah. Watch what go on now. You see right now, we have to go and enjoy the good times. Let me say we don't give trouble, we give thanks. Turn up in music and we no response. Music I play from across the distance. Well, watch what go on. Will everybody feel free up? And me say, be yourself. Say do your own thing, be your own thing, you. Free up, and me say, be yourself. No follow haters, them can't stop you. Free up, and me say, be yourself. Give them your shoes, them can't walk like you. Well, you up, and me say, up with there. Watch out now, watch out now. So when me jump out of bed, face brush, teeth wash. Half pound of greens in a my calabash. Sunlight a peep through the window crack. Beautiful day, we a go peep back. Well, I've got life, yes, that thing's nice. Step in the streets, I'm greeting with smiles. There's no time for bad vibes, no. What me want to do again? Free up, and me say, yes,
I've seen enough dance before, but I've never seen a dance like this.
I've
seen enough dance before, but I don't wanna come top the list. Alright, real bad man, no we people pants. We take dancing to a higher rank. We spend pound and we spend franc. Jonathan New dance and Jamaica and Bronx, yeah.
Pon the river, pon the bank, next track.
He go to shoot because you put them no cramp. Why you taking on the river, on the bank? Jonathan New dance and Jamaica and Bronx, yeah. Breadfruit.
This is called breadfruit. Everybody go
some. I just swap the breadfruit them round there. Cool kid, them some breadfruit make you covered. But them have a
breadfruit. Are you ready? Follow me.
You want to get your breadfruit? You want breadfruit? Just tell me if you want breadfruit.
How you like breadfruit?
You want breadfruit?
Roast or fried?
Catch it down to them called breadfruit. Watch it down. Roast or fried. Catch it down. Roast or fried. Breadfruit. You want what? The dance to get the people them crazy now. Pearl or rock.
Done. Easy. Pull up. Do me a favor. Follow me. Hold it. Follow me.
So we are coming with a force, yes. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, we no rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, we see blessings
all who never, all who never. Welcome down the people, get your new bandas, get your new. Come on! Here, let's go. One! The place, man! Amen. I'm gonna ready for some men, so we get up and turn up, man. We're gonna laugh for ya. Again! Boom! I say all who never, all who never. Welcome down the people, get your new bandas, get your new bandas. Watch this! Here, let's go. Without time. Take your body, body, go. Without that, take your body, go. Every passer you feel wide and go down. Every passer you feel wide and come up. Every passer you feel. Line up, every passer line. Right foot off a gun, let me see you lift it. Every passer lift it. Just put your foot in your hip, and you have to keep it, give it. Whole time dancing, come back again. Well, blow again, you're going to mash it up again. Whole time dancing. Let me see the girl, the man, so. Oh, me on the back, back out and box somebody. Janetta bounce and the one Susie bounce and the box a girl with a tired body. All of you want it, you feel irate. Never be hearing from all the pussies. So people, are you ready? Come again. Rock low and rock steady. When them see you are your man hour, and I hug up and I laugh and talk. Yeah, you know it, pon them heart, you just cock up your one. Show the wind band clap, and make it. Little girl like that. When them see you, let me see the wife them now. Hey, woman, when they see you are your man, girl. You in a good condition, girl. When they see you can't kick, girl. Because you ever say, you know what them say, you know what them done. One like them a friend and them a try to take you. Girl, right there. Girl, kick it. Oh, when they see you are your man now, and I go for that. June, girl, you know it for them, but you just cock up the one. Show the wind man, and make it. Hey, little girl, I don't have my name. Oh, when they see you, hear me now. Oh, kick out your foot, you're no man mascot. Ball it on together. Ready, you ready, and I act you up. Jump around in a straight girl pot. Ball it. Jesus Christ, are you ready for more action? Rhythm. All man around things. Remember soon as I say, this is only for Jamaica. We are playing like this. Lord, I love no more. Oh, well, go again. Sing, say, we're on things. Again, we're on things. Again, anything we done, it have been done properly. Come on, we're on things. Anything we done, it have been done properly. Again, we're on things. Anything we done, it have been. You know, me just love up the guys, and the girls, them love me. Me say the girl, them say me slim and sexy. All of the girls, them say them want some of me money. But why? Again, me wake up this morning and look for me TV. Who me say? Cyrus Smiley. Me say the woman sing me song, can't you see? And she never did report to me. So when me call out me liars, them immediately. Me say the one when them will legally. Pull up. I can't go down in another song because they may take back the money before it reach. You didn't know that? When the whole heap of excitement them come out, so me get 300 million. All my woman run with. You understand? Now this is my national anthem. I wrote this song with my blood brother. Kind of way we love Jamaica, we do our own national anthem. Yes, I'll put my hand on the Bible and swear I'll never betray my country. Deep from the bottom of my heart, I and I will swear. Follow the rules and regulations of Iman country. Honor and show respect to the flag and the national anthem. The wagon is gonna work to the best of Iman ability for Iman country. Cause Jamaica, land I love, is the land that Iman really love. I love the ackee, I love the saltfish. Iman love Iman national dish. Yes, I'll stand up for equal rights and justice I never crime well, we go and fight it. You see the crack and the coke, we not like it. Up in we country, we have to nourish it. We have to nourish it, Lord, but we cherish it. We don't nourish it, I don't cherish it. The Japanese going come and take it. So I'll put my hand on the Bible and swear I'll never be. Remember the days of Jamaica? Deep from the bottom of time and heart, I and I will swear, oh, and show respect to the flag and the national anthem. Well, to the best of my man ability. Oh, give me a little bounce like this. You know what's me sing that song? I'm gonna see them play it on the radio because the people them afraid of the bad man. Me live a this road, me afraid to sometime, but me still have to go out there and say youth and they can't behave. And them not listen. So me say, Jesus Christ, what gonna happen to Reddy's Road, Park Lane and 100 and Cassava Peace? But that's what me know. Which palm you gonna move, God Almighty? Me want my community to live in a peace. And me say, God, when me gonna do? And me just say, I say make peace rain, dirty shatter boy. One make on no mash up every little joy. The image of Jamaica only destroy. We lose the love for the girls and the boys. Imagine a little granny herself and I start to drive by and shout out tomorrow power wall. And I talk about your respect for big and tall. You can't get none from Mr. Flower Gun at all. One make you shot the little cabbage, stuff him in a bag and take the little money that him have. Rape the school girl and a boast and a brag. Oh no dirty shot a go on mad. Mix, make peace rain dirty. Oi, again! Everybody knows them a roll like 4 jump tire. Party a keep on them now, men a play about album myself. Them now get no buyer, them now get no bookings and them now men a flyer. Better some boy go retire. Man a frequent player, we a fire, we a fire. Better some boy go retire. Yeah, she ching I cover the world, cover the world. I'm a diamond, I cover your girl, like knock me, I cover your girl, cover your. Pick up your, oh yes, the banter girl. Right now me too hot to angle, too hot to hold. Anything me touch, me turn that to gold. If you don't name thing, you lukewarm to cold. Cha-ching! Me nah be buy out the bar for them play my song. Like the chain round me neck, I say them wear my slang. Fly go to New York, me hear my song. Rough cut, them a tell me a real icon. Cha-ching, I cover the pearl, cover the pearl. Me diamonds, I cover your girl, like Mac, me a cover. Who remember the party? Sing it with me now. Ready? Yeah, cha-ching, make the champagne pop. Kick out. Good night, everybody. Cha-ching. All who have got something in life, I'm here to say, we up. How many of them, I'm here to say, see up. Ready? I want you dance around the street again. Everybody just go and go tell your friend. We up at the name and the title. Everybody left it on the blind and the cripple and I don't know how Reggae Month love it so. Everybody know. We up, we up, we up, we up, we up, we up. And if you're not, pull up. Come, give them a shot, cut. For me, cut, me mean pack up and cut. I mean the music for cut. Anybody know it's breadfruit? Let me hear say breadfruit. Anybody, nobody said ever roast a breadfruit before? Anybody ever roast a breadfruit before? Anybody ever roast a breadfruit before? Who you ready, breadfruit? You want breadfruit? Just tell me if you want breadfruit. You want breadfruit? Get it down to them car breadfruit. Catch it, roast or fry. Catch it, roast or fry, breadfruit. You want breadfruit? All right, cool kid. Step forward. This is Cool Kid. Him create the dance move, breadfruit. Ching, sing the song. Cool Kid, show them the move. Breadfruit. You want breadfruit? Just tell me if you want breadfruit. You want breadfruit? Get it down to them called breadfruit. Watch it. Roast or fry. Catch it. Roast or fry, breadfruit. You want breadfruit? Alright, Cool Kid, change it up now. See there? Now me outline a blink. Girl, I come for the breadfruit lid. She a sing and everybody dancing, all girl too. We not do the man pouring bread. Fruit and roast, everybody get their own bread. Fruit and roast, everybody get their own bread. Fruit and roast, everybody get their own. When this drop bread, fruit and a race and a town. Bread, kick out. Okay. The dance we're gonna do now and rock the world. I want everybody, even if you sit down or you stand up, just rock sideways. You know, this is energy, a lucky world. You know, this is a cool kid, a lucky world. All right. I want to say everybody inside, I'm going to rock now. Even if you sit down, just rock to the left and rock to the right. Which way we go first? Stop. We go first. Ready now. You know, this is energy. Pull up. Stop. No, I'm not ready for to hear me. I want the whole of rock right now. I go everywhere across the world. Sean Paul Carey go everywhere across the world. I'm going to DJ the tune and rock the world. I may have people in France a rock, Germany a rock, Italy a rock, England a rock, Jamaica a rock, all across the world we have a rock. Somebody at my place or Jamaica. Who sit down? If you don't have to stand up, you don't have to stand up. It's just easy. I don't have to rock to the left, rock to the right. I want to say everybody inside here rock right now. Baby mother, I'm seeing you right now with the baby. I just want you and the baby to rock, okay? All right, let's do this. Run it. All right. Everybody inside, are you ready? We are representing for Reggae Month now. Ready. Yeah, this is the energy, a lucky world. Yeah, pull up. No, the brother there in the act right there, sir. You alone now rocking on the road there. You look odds right there, sir. Anybody running now rock, let's move them out of the way. Because we are rock for Jamaica now. Are you ready? One rock. Ready? All right, ready. Get on the vibe. Yeah. Wow, yeah. Pull up. The brother there with the water right there, sir. You can't stand up this and now rock. Got the video, I see, yeah, Rasta man. Yeah, Rasta, you know. Oh, you finna rock. Rasta, rocky world too, you know. Ready, let's do this. Everybody ready? Move. Get on the vibe. Rough cut. Everybody get on the vibe. Represent. Ready. Everybody know. Are you ready now? All right. Ready now. Yeah, this is the energy, a lucky world. Yeah, this is a cool kid, a lucky world. Rough cut, the old, that's a lucky world. Take a flight and go to the lucky world. Ready? Rock the world now. 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 Rock the world. Rock the world now. 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 All right, I'm going to change it up. Ready now. Shakespeare dance is a rocky world. Rocky world and rocky world. Missing up of them a fight for the title. But dancing and it's a rocky world. Rock the world and mix it with the dab. Jesus Christ, what a dance bad. All right, you ready now? 1, 2, 3, ready now. Rock the world now. Rock the world now. Rock the world now. Rock the world. Keep going. But they stop the music a while ago and page your brother there with him and in pocket right there in the jersey there. But me not bother do it, because you know why I not bother do it? Because I say you're bad. And not in time I know, I don't want nobody do me nothing for call him name on the stage. Rolling extra. All right, I want to name rope. Everybody, I'm teaching you how to rope tonight. I'm going to wrap up the rope. I'm teaching you how to rope right now. Everybody, I'm teaching you how to rope. I'm teaching you how to rope. Are you ready now? Put your hand on the air now. Ready? Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Challenge to the rope. When I said that, go. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. All right, look for the get there now. Full plate of rope now. So you hand over your head more late now. No! Pull up. No, come here, you. Come here. Come here. Yeah, come here, please. No, you're waist and move and we are here sit down. More and say stand up and move it. Come, you can jump fence? Yeah, man, jump, man. See it? A regular she jump fence. I joke me I make. Come here. My people. Yo, you want to see our waist move? All right, ready? Rope. All right, shall I wrap up the rope first? Everybody, I'm going to teach you how to rope. I'm going to teach you how to rope. Wrap up the rope. Wrap up the rope first. Everybody, wrap up the rope. Wrap up the rope. Everybody, wrap up the rope. All right, so they're ready now? Ready? Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Get into the rope. When I say that, go. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Rope. All right. Alright, watch out waist now. Ready now. Whole place I wrote now. Sing your hand over your head, all right now. Pull up, rough cut, pull up. Alright, rough cut, intermission. I'm a star, shout out to all my non-believers. Fancy, I got an image like Wiz Khalifa's. I used to travel on the gravel, no different visas. Now the chain around my neck, it is short, Lord Jesus. Chain.
Why do need enrage and the people imagine such vain things? Whilst kings of the earth had set themselves for the rule of state council together. Against the Lord God, the Rastafari, against the United States. Now come let us break the bands of thunder and cast away the cards from us. The only the seated in his heaven shall laugh. The Lord God, the Rastafari, shall have them in his region. For then shall he speak unto them in his wrath and vex to them in his soul displeasure. Because I set thy kings upon the holy mountains of Zion. I will know the clear decree. The Lord God, the Rastafari, hath said unto I, that thou art thy sons this day have I begotten thee. No ox of fire and I shall give thee the Eden for thine inheritance, and the uttermost part of the earth for their possession. Judge shall break them with a rod of fire. Judge shall dash them in pieces like a pot of vessel, as I would say. So be wise therefore, ye kings, and be struck to thee fall, judging of the serve. Serve the Lord God, the Rastafari, with fear and rejoice and tremble. Cause I am not the son, unless he be younger, but perish from his ways when his wrath is kindled but a little. And so blessed be all, blessed be everyone, as I would say. Blessed be everyone, as I would tell you. And so blessed be all they that put their trust in the true and living God, the Rastafari. That this man shall be like the holy mountains of Zion that cannot be removed but abideth forever. That's how the mountains run about Jerusalem. And so the Lord our God, the Rastafari, is running about his people, as I would say. The lot of the wicked shall not rest upon this righteous, unless this individual righteous put forth his hands into iniquity. So do good, O Lord God, the Rastafari, unto them that are good, and unto those that are upright in their hearts. Because this one has turned into his crooked way. It don't say, Lord God, the Rastafari shall not turn his back to give account to the right of his people. Come in, now come and make me feel you about the sun of color. About the sun, he call the Saka Masagona. She Masagona. Say you want ya, but you no ban ya. Say you no ban ya, but you want ya. Can I no Sata make you ban ya? Cause if your mama never ban ya, can if your papa never ban ya, you are African, as I would say. Only not African, as I would tell you. We say Afri, Afri, Africa. Sata to the Sata, what's up going? Baby got to work a show, and I got to work it to the sun. I got to work it to the sun. I call it Sata, what's up going? I'm not sure anymore. That's how it happened before. Places that I knew were sunny and blue, I could feel it deep inside. This black nigga's pride said I have no fear when I say it, and I say it every day. Every nigga is a star. Every nigga is a star. Then who will deny that you and I, and every nigga is a star. I have walked the streets alone. Many years I've been on my own. To be hated and despised, for no one to sympathize. There's one great big thing I know. You could say I say so. Said we have a bright place in the sun where there is love for everyone and every nigga in the star. Every nigga in the star. They know will deny that's you and I and every nigga in the star. Said every nigga in the star. Down in the star, you and nigga, yes, it's down in the break, down in the star.
Zion, I'm on a hook here, you know. I'm on a boss, you know. Right now, with the whole life.
But though you ride like lightning, say man, if you ride like lightning, you'll crack like thunder. So coming down along the sound, I lead the way that I would play. Hey, good dash. The sound I lead the way is I would really, 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 really big yo. Why be there? Oh, to people, 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 be there. I keep on hearing a whole lot of say. Say, keep on say. I beg your pardon, what did you say? But see, you don't say. And if you talk like that, so if you say so, and all on board, so you got to give me, I tell you, dun, 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 dun. Live it up there. Do it there. Play, brother, play. Play real cool musical disc off the day. Musical listens, I would say. So coming down along the sound as I would play. Yeah! Need you, woman, need you. I tell you. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. Said I was born in April and a christening day. Sure I wanna see that shiny day. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. When my mama got sick and my daddy start tripping, said she going out to the funky chicken little roll, yeah. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit a roll, yeah. Don't you come back no more. And when my mama went sad and the daddy gone mad, sure the little children soon be sad. Hit the roll, yeah. See what the world needs now is love. said it's the only thing that there's just too little of what our world needs now. Love, sweet love, no, not just for some, but for everyone. And the road, yeah, don't come back no more, no more, no more, no. And the road, yeah, don't come back no more, no more. We got chant down Babylon one more time. Come, we got chant down Babylon one more time. Oh, them soft, yes, them soft fire. So come, we got chant down Babylon one more time. They see their dreams and aspirations crumble in front of their face, and all of the wicked intentions to destroy the human race. And all I know, it's all I know. I judge our music, he come for chant on Babylon. Yes, he have a chant on Babylon. Emancipation part 2, you remember me, no why? Why go? Where were you when my mama was mine? Right so, do you remember me? Me no recall. Why? None of them never make a call till them get a call, mother. Don't stop, seven. It's clear what you are them. When you win, them want you lose again. Jamming is a youth when I shoot at them. Instead me get. Right so, but some songs will hurt them. You only see them on dirt. The day before Friday, some will look like right so, do you remember me? No why? Why go? Where were you when my mama was my youth? Yeah. Hey, do you remember me? Me no be. Don't stop. Who wants to something else for the rhythm here? Who wants to something else for the rhythm here? Tomorrow and I promise to no man. So anything you want, the time is now. Make your step, go for that. You see Jamil? Hold on there. Have one life to live, or that's for me you go hard. Why go? Yeah. And tomorrow the promise to me not enemy. But what you know, I live without living. Don't stop, money they do it. Live. We can't say the next thing for the rhythm here. Emancipation Park, watch ya. I'm money on top of money. Hey, I turn a little in a cup of beer. Watch ya. And if you make some dirty money, what you do? Wash it down, make it clean. One go. Life sweet must be yoni. Hey, invest in a property. Money on top of show. Shout out to all clean-hearted people out in the crowd. You see in our life, sometimes we put the trust in the wrong set of people. We believe in them, we trust them and them hurt we. But we don't make when people hurt we, it stops us from doing the good. No time. We stay true, no matter what. Even though Emancipation Park, it's unfortunate, but it's just not like that. You do good for people and they will fight. So it makes you upset, man, move on and just never. Me say you're so big, yeah, cause some will use it for the money, use it for your fame, use it for the crime, and they will use it for your name. Now them will lose for them the gym. Hey, I think what them a do, sing that part, yeah. Man, see them true colors. That's that. That's why we losing up. Right so, man, see them true colors. Yeah. That's why we're losing up. Cherry, big up. Hey, them can pretend for so long, but no more. Hey, what you know? I miss the time of the master, and I'm so sure.
You me know, me say them smiling at your face and gossip behind closed door. Me say them why you lose the way after we been so poor. Hey, rough cut on it up, cause man see them true color. Yeah, that's why me losing over. Don't stop, man see them true color. Yeah, take it out. Now because we find out fake people, that don't mean so we don't put trust in everybody, because we have some real people who are surrounded with things. And we have to respect the real people and the genuine people and we tell it as it is. You see me I say? We don't play hypocrite role. You know what we're going to find out? None of them must say them real to the thing. Time show we a lot of sign. Hold on. Hey, people not care for you. Hey, so what me do, me not trust mankind. Them women say me, you go pray for you. Them want me along. Show. Shout out to all of the people who believe that you're great. And no matter when nobody said to you, it can't break you. Cause who ya bless? Who ya bless? Make it soulful. Oh, vibe when a great man rise. Them want to see a great man fall. What you do? Just see you know, say yeah. We never do them nothing at all. Emancipation Park, oh why, oh why. Oh why, they get a fight when they start try. Ain't no lie, no liar. Who put my trust in the most? Everything no. Mentally they want to break me down. Hey, but I listen to every sound, yeah. Cause I'm a king, the one to take the crown. Drop put my feet and solid ground, yeah. Well, no, they go want me on this train. Want me lose my confidence. Success never happen by accident. I learn through past events. Oh boy, when a great man rise, they want to see a great man fall. Don't stop. Just see your nose, say yeah. Never do them nothing that. Well, oh why, oh why? They get a fight when they start. Hey, no lie. Who put my trust in the hold on. You see the stone when the builder refuse become the head corner. Show. What you have there? Look at that. Take it up. Reggae music and dancehall music change a lot of our life, you know. So, we can't forget that. That's why I'm here today. I represent for reggae and dancehall music. Big up Jerry, I will make it possible. Shout out to the people where I come from, nothing to something. Let me tell you a thing about my life story. Take it up. Emancipation Park. Hey, my sufferation real. We watch out, me and the storyteller. We watch out, and no time me go days without mail. Hey, my mother and no bank teller. Right just so, hey, red can't do without chain. And can't do without cheddar. Watch out, when them don't know you when you're broke. But when you're over, hear them, you're better. Well, watch out, a long time when I suffer about things like one go, time. I spend the money, family, the pop-up. Sing again. Mine. It messed up to see your bird so hard. You know what me a shine. Right that's up. We say me a big ass up. I mean I drop. Mine. Now tell me I'm smart in on the road. Enough of them want me stop your heart in on the road. Watch out. Them man with smile, man full of in on the road. And then them full of negative thoughts in on the door. Hey, now make them trick me, they kill me. Pray to the kings of kings for the victory. I believe it's not a replay. The life ends up. And nothing learn and nothing. If them a try, we'll move up and nothing. We left the yard, but no more must return. Don't stop. Emancipation Park. Long time and I suffer, but things take time. Time. I spend the money, family, up on my mind. One more time, mine. It's best of to see your work so hard. You know I see you shine. But me a big ass up, I mean I drop mine. Long time Jamaica on the same face, you know, so you know me after there I represent. Take it down. The people who work towards a better tomorrow, say better tomorrow. More your emancipation box, say better tomorrow. No, don't stop, but tell you nothing no easy about it. Yeah, hey, but for people punk with no. Yeah. Well, yeah, me no chubby, yeah. Hey, and every day me get up and feeling the same. No. But you know, some days go see drain. Yeah. Hey, and a little bit of people that live for when you. I know who you go. Get it. I heard that. No man is perfect, and we all know, and we all have days of feeling low, but I have it that I hold on to, working hard to see that tomorrow. Hands up, hey, I better tomorrow. Show me, I better tomorrow. What you know, I better tomorrow. Better tomorrow, I better tomorrow. We know dreams, we know nightmare. We know life's sweet, but we know it's there. Yeah. We only got one life, so me no living a fair. And living in the past won't take you nowhere. It's a new day, the sky is clear. And move on, I've been there. And no man is perfect, and we all know, and we all have days of feeling low, but I have it that I hold on to, working on to see that tomorrow. I better tomorrow, don't stop. I better tomorrow, I better tomorrow. I better tomorrow. So right now, I want to dedicate that one here to every female right now. But now we're upon Valentine's to sing that one here. Shout out to all the beautiful ladies out in the crowd, say. Rude boy, you see if you're a woman and you have an argument, I guarantee you if you play her that song, we're not going to make up back. You know why? Wait for tell her. Hey girl, you my love now, but I can't see me no prefer. Tell her me not gonna leave and she say great man, whatever. She said me don't make it and so much girl won't give me pleasure. But so much mean nothing if me not the girl me. One go! Girl, you me love. What kind of other girl come and tell me? No, girl, you me love. And no words alone me action. Well, what you know, it doesn't make no sense me leave cause you're too much for me. Exes become me, ex because them not for me. And when I feel for you with difference everyone can see. Before the world I run me down, you didn't believe in me. I've seen many try to break up, but they don't want to see us together, no. And people will talk because we're flavor, but don't make that pressure. Are you my love now, what I can't see me now? Tell her me not gonna leave and she say great man. She said me don't make it and so much girl won't give me pleasure. So much me nothing if me not the girl me suffer. This girl you me love. What kind of other girl come and tell me? But no girl you me. You see Shensi and the day. You know what I say? Just tell me if it's a go work, baby. Oh. Tell me, give me one anthem them. Play one of my anthem them, you know. Shout out to all the people who know for all your own. Where you two are going from nothing to something. Our world we own. We still have the same kind of friends them around with. But they're fool from day one. Not tell with the wrong things, them just tell with the truth. Shout out to all people with a positive mindset. I know say, no matter what, them can't buy out. You know sell out. What you know? You know fair no fee out for the kill. Make up and shoot alone, I'm a deal. Mr. you know for them. Lose them soul to gain the world. We not switch for the table turn. We not cry no for pets and I mean not sell out my friends. Me say you know for. Jump you ready? Let's go. When I talk about who I see, I be no, they want for them. Me know a the Almighty said them. How when me read the Bible, Christ never live in disciples. And if I want to put me up, man share that. So the bus come on ya, hear that. And them a play my song for poor people. We say we pull it up, play back. We not try no fee just for the hill. Make your fun shoes alone and me true story. Enough of them. Lose them soul to gain the world. We not switch for the table turn. We not turn no for friends and me. I mean not sell out my friends them neither. Me say enough of them. And next thing, you see my family, me no live out. My mama soon come back, me a step out. What? Tired me see you dress up. Me say she deserve the best up. And when you talk about YPP, them drop a lot of songs for me. And I get nice still a kick come to it. But life comes with stages. I'm just on the other pages. Coming up there, no figures for them. Me just want shoes alone of me. Hey, me say you know for them. Lose them goals to gain the world. We not switch for the table turn. We not turn no for pets and team. I mean not sell out my friends them. Me say you know for them. Lose them goals to gain the world. Give me an next anthem. Play one more of my anthem them. Shout out to all musicians. Shout out to the foundation artists that will make it possible for the younger generation. Say, Debbie, big up yourself, me see you. Watch you now. This is something we learn about life. You see when people are fight you, you know have to look on it, say yo. Them just now want to see you reach now, you see it? You don't have to look on it as a bad thing. You can look on it in a positive way. You can look on it in the sense where them a fight you because you're strong and them see where you can reach and them don't want you reach this stuff, so them a try to slow you. See? So don't make them try you out and make you lose confidence in yourself. Believe in yourself. It's Emancipation Park. Me tell you man get a leap of love, a leap of hate. How much you know? War while and the loving on the streets and they keep me up my dreams. When friends and family faster than that. How much you? And then me step in on me feet with a piece next to me. Feel the enemies when I stop praying. Hold on there. Righteous. Tell them I'm the strongest soldier for the hardest fight. We can't sing that one time. Me tell you man get one leap of love, one leap of righteous, more while and the loving on the streets and they keep me up. When friends and family they help me. How much and then me step in on me things with a piece the next to me. Hey, for the enemies when I stop. One day, Kingston, Jamaica, go. Hey, tell them I'm the strongest soldier for the hardest fight. Yes, sir. And the realest people in the hardest life. Oh, yes, sir. So now we even up for the darkest. Why go? So let the days around the way. Don't stop. Man get one leap of love, one leap of hate, one leap of snake. Me and this is constant show. Mix. I put in the word, the grace is not just all the same. But who can ignore it? Be a trust. Tell them I'm the strongest soldier, get the hardest fight. And all the realest people live the hardest life. Salvation, even after the darkest night. So better days are on the way. No fight no come if you're not great enough. But we drop off at the top of the pinnacle. So we survive and the chat is a miracle. Them think man would have crashed in a vehicle. So what? That's the way evil people do. Talk them up, them reason to. Them can't stop the genius so. Them just teach me real so. Cause I'm the strongest soldier. I'm the hardest fight. I know the realest people in the hardest life. Salvation, even after the darkest night. So better days are on the way. Better days are on the way. Love you all. Give thanks for coming out. Big up everybody who check in. Feature. Big up. Believer, love, believer.
And now, introducing to the world, Munga and our brother. Yes, yes! Emancipation Park! Reggae Wednesdays! Outside now, good evening, it's a good evening. Sell it all, make it know it's a good season. Chilling and no blood, we have in a good reason. It's a sunny grace with some good season. It's no gimmick when I'm spitting my lyrics, we give a damn about. No hypocrite and the critic. Present the mimic, and you never get sickness and bring a fly to the sky. I've been out at the sipping, so we both like critics, so we rock killers, it's ridiculous. Big up Jam, big up reggae music, big up Jamaica. And I came to take my, never you forget my faces. Very good night to all. What do you know what I said? I say, I ja. Pick up Miss Kemp in the house. Gangsters don't play you around. They can't say you around. Red, green, and go when we win. I come with my kid. Gangsters don't play. They can't say. Red, green, and go when we win. I come with my kid. Some people sing made it. It's like a. It's at the far right north side. Now Jamaica, my birthplace. We make it. Alright, let's socialize it, go to the place. My touch socialize it. Lord, get socialize it. Got to go to pay the judge. Just in case, no, this was in the case. Any word you let go of his face. Steady! My brain keep flipping right, left keep spitting lines, left hand keeping time, right hand gripping nine. Don't you play with mine. Dash! How you feeling? Somebody say outside. Representing for Jamaica, representing for reggae music. It's Reggae Wednesdays. It's Black History Month. Somebody say, holy man, what I still say, ja. Wagwa rough cut. We outside. Big up on Munga and all the fans. As you know, I've always been different. Never left them groom king. Present the forever. If you walk down for all the over room king. Munga do we one king. Never left them groom king. Munga praise us the forever. Of course and that's the one thing. That's why they play gun them not free. We run them and show me a big quick shot. Man, I'm shit. I get out to the blue, them 6 meter. Shango 180. We grip man roll, we take 9 90s and kg. So them stay cool like KC. Fool, me just play cool. Like if we flash, me don't play cool. We can't stand now, liquid DJ. Wake up, cool face, now J cool. Kingston sent me with the poor mara. Talk short tempered and ignorant. Bungarel, we are outside. The girls that do that. One thing, dash. And who can defend themselves with one finger in the ear, sir? We said no violence in 2020. Need a right. Even a sin of bishop and freedom. Munga praise. What's the boring freedom? Jamaica. I answer the Italian. Some of you look for your long one. Run over run. Can't this me not a time. My son. When I left my own, something must be wrong with these guys. See them coming under this right. And when it's up and down the east side, blood run like water from. Right. Yes, sir. Pull it in dark. My one, rise and pull it in dark. You can get pull it in hard. And then before you get the yo. Pull it in dark. Won't know why you when the king starts. Won't gonna show them how the king starts. Rock hard. Nothing of the silver freedom. Good evening again. Emancipation back from That's why we want to.
And when we were born,
the whole world want to.
It's how we back from we born.
That's why we want to. It's them a grow.
Through them sorrow. Hey, Capone, we are your king. How we proud with Shango.
What is this?
How we liquid collagen.
What is this?
What is it? Them life for the time. Who got me my happy birthday? My birthday. It makes the killer birthday. Don't let me know the worst way.
That day before Thursday.
You know, try no conference. Hey, come on, sis. Tell them me say no nonsense. Now we like the scare around the globe and the circumference. And me talk stand no conscience. Rastafari get the glory, but my people can't take the glory. Emancipation pop. We back from we born.
That's why we want to.
And where we were born,
the whole world want to.
We back from we born.
And that's why we want to.
Setting up all our media houses in the place. Again. We are now rebel, and we love England, New York, tell them not get distinction. Pagan,
this thing wrong.
Pagan affect that John. But not to be a special case. Make more heads up full of flex like special care. We done them in a special way. Rough cut link up, special day. Them on a bad man, and they know the basic rule. We are gangster, and we are going to roadside, basic cool. Yes, and them can't go stop. Emancipation Park, what's your ladies, wipe on it and talk to me. Girl, I need to know what you want from me. How much you love you, I've been now you hard for me, girl.
Wipe on it and
bubble on it and talk to me. Girl, I need to know what you want
from me.
How much you love you, I've been now you hard
for me, girl.
I don't remember, let go. So if you want faster, we will give you faster. If you want harder, we will give you harder. If you want deeper, we will give you deeper. Can't stand up in and not the wind up. If you want faster, faster. If you want harder, harder. Deeper, deeper. First thing first, you're pretty like power. Next thing, no more than one. Just touch you off here, as the man power. 2 foot in the air like the Twin Tower. Just keep running like you were in the shower. She a give me this your position. Tell her what me say. Change position, don't take it out.
Not gonna make it out.
Tell her, wipe on it and talk to me. Girl, I need to know what you want. How much you love you, I mean, now you want.
Wipe on it and climb on it and
bubble on it and talk to me. Girl, I need to know what you want from me. But you love you, happy now you want
for me, girl.
She said, baby, get mad. He said, if you want faster, we will give you faster. Dash. Is it right after that? Is it right after that? Say, oh my gosh, it's lava. But Rosa give the girl them fever. So blazing sun. Romel, you know the protector. And the girl them a call it sun. Inferno, rescue and mine inferno. Say, lava, you know, mosquito. Why? Has the girl them see me, they must say them admire. Girl from Brooklyn admire. Firing, firing, and firing. Firing, firing, and firing. She to the sea for the night or day.
Fucking me right away.
Call me the fire starter. When me touch short, girl get touched. Me so hot, can't cool with
water.
So when the boss can't find him, daughter. She look up in every house and get oh gosh. So you fight and force her. Me rather buy her, beg her, barter. And me girl them not deal with brother. Them say we like a roast peanut. Guys, it's true Jamaican girl, them top. Is it true Jamaican girl, them? Can't wine on it and talk to you good. And them so beautiful and so sexy. Them have a tendency to stress, man. And my grandmother warned from small, say, be careful of vehicle and girl. Don't chase either. I said, why, grandma? She said, when you fall, you will be broken.
I want know. Emancipation Park. Yeah, me the one that got the pressure me at the wheel. Like how my real love get as she here. Better, give me a break. Jamaica, cause I go like we not mad, no. Emancipation Park, not mad, no. They put it like the layers, spend enough money, no. No, girl. Who that you like? In a this one of some energy up. These are ice and liquid chicks in a Hennessy cup. Some people do drop but to make the energy box. So in a energy block. From my girl around me loving them, me ready me up. From my girl give me something, get me ready to go. Some of them girl don't even know how much energy was. Hey Tony, you can't break my confidence. All these lies, just pretend. You messed up, then don't blame me. Incompetent. And if you want to leave, then jump the fence. You must face the consequence. Sarah, call it self-defense. We not mad, no. Now mad over no girl. Jamaica say we not mad, no. Now mad over no girl. You put pretty like the lay and spend enough money, no. Now mad over no girl. Steady. And more grandmother say. Mad over no girl, my daddy say. As one gone, one band. Like Paddy say. Mad over, then end up in a bar, then walk out in a car. We not join them, the policy. Chest over, girl, we not do them something. Matter fuck, rough cut. Slow me tempo. And bounce me steady. Pending matter. In a Jamaica now. So I'm gonna talk about them now mad. And then they get mad. And I kill off woman them. Idiot boy! My youth, don't kill the girl them. I want know. And my girl, don't trick the man them. My girl, it is a warning. Don't take the man things if you don't want him. And rude boy, if you know star, it don't matter what you buy, you don't own her. Money can't hold her. I know the end of the world, so get yourself another girl and move on. I know every glisten and go on. I know everything in my her. Move on. I know the end of the world, so get yourself another girl and move on. Husband, do a murder the price. You suicide. Kind of man say them not mad but a lie. Some a get jacket ass, some a get tie. Some a watch the goods ass, some of them a spy. Some a get the free wife, some of them buy. A long time I learn them, girl I try. Wanna take some call. No, she not replying. Pastor, pick her up like a Wi-Fi. No starting on, and the start cry. See ya, another day of the world. Another girl and move on. I know we make this a goal. With a girl, move on. No, mothers, you protect your son. Teach him what to do if he's not mad. Teach him to be self-sufficient, so he's not mad. Teach him to be self-reliant, so he's not mad. You know why? Cause me still not mad, me still not stress. If she want galang, me still can. Cause me still got swag, me still can dress. Me still can wash, cook, clean and press. Life that we live at us, you can decide. Don't kill the spouse, don't choose to decide. Me glad! We smile, we ball, we rise, we fall, but we will rise again. I said we will rise again. And we cry, we ball, we rise, we fall, but we will rise again. And this time wiser than. Anyway you see me is an educational class. Let the future be the focus, but don't forget the past. If you know not where you're coming from, that means that you're lost. That the truth can set I free and that I won't bypass. On a mission like soldier, battlefield warrior, surely. Stepping it out like Ainika Mosey. From you do the right thing, you must get the glory. Listen to me, and now every day I harvest. Me say I've been through the hardest. From some people are heartless. But man, I will it regardless. Me know my life still buffering. But man, I will it through the suffering. Me really will it through the suffering. Me never think about me run, we're gonna for it. We smile, we ball, we rise, we fall, but said we will rise again. And we cry, we bawl, we rise, we fall, but we will rise again. And this time wiser than. No man at all, no fi face poverty, but we have a lot of faith and no strategy. Some are wait for divine intervention. White collar criminal a play with like monopoly. Who feels it knows, who knows it feels. The ones who can do better, up to them me a appeal. Youth, stuff like a seal until the men up a seal. You better, fish and the cooking better. And now every day I harvest, no. So we've been to the hardest. Among some people we're heartless. But man, I will it regardless. We know my life still buffering. But man, I will it through the suffering. Me really will it through the suffering. Me never think about we run, we're gonna foreign. We smile, we ball, we rise, we fall, but we will rise again. I said we will rise again. When we cry, we ball, we rise. We fall, but we will rise again, and this time wiser than then. Them not turn my back on the railroad. All losing the wind we railroad. And all over that. But them no smoke, them no sick, and them no pink eye, but them. And we a watch them a follow, we a lead them a free, and a grudge me to my mates. Alright, them a say chop come a falling on that, but I am on the 9 yeah. So all over we have to we fall down. Yes, them a go. Alright then, I don't answer when they then call. I just rise, watch them fall. Who feels it, no, who knows it. I might tear them down, so we watch them fall. Cause them no smoke, them no sick, and them no think I but the irate. And we a watch them a follow, we a lead. Free and a grudge, me see my mates. Them a say chop from a falling on that, but I am on a 9 yeah. So all over we head for we fall bound face. Them a go this up. I want a blessed good evening to each and everyone in the park, you know. Music of my life. But who give me life and music? Me have to appreciate who give me life and music more than me even appreciate music. So me say Holy Emmanuel I Selassie I Joe Rastafari. If you believe in yourself, boss a blank. Cause if you blame life, you blame who give it. Hey, so player. Some people don't believe in themselves until I go on. So don't expect them to believe in you. Me love myself, so me have to love my creator. Me there for a purpose. Me not blame him for nothing. Cause if you blame life, you blame who give it. Don't blame life, blame the way how you live it. Father God never sleep him work and him no make no mistake. Blame it on the friend and in the surrounding what big. You blame life, you blame who give it. Don't blame life, blame the way how you live it. Father God him never sleep him work and him no make no mistake. And do no best, come and serve past faith. And some of them can't be perfect like a jam letter. Believe in a giant keep I warm than a sweat. So when the heathen drive it swallow man like alligator, even though them not no lack them trade. If you want to know your friend, pretend like you're dead and say one thing. Them would have slow over your head. Well, why eat your flesh up like it is a loaf for bread? Never let them get you down in this game, say I hate. Them spreading rumor like them think it's a bed. Them so as the face, they're on the list. Fire with fire, then everyone I got dead. Yes, man, you blame life, you blame who give it. Don't blame life, blame the way how you live it. Father God never sleep him work and him no make no mistake. Blame it on the friend them in the surrounding one. Me say you blame life, you blame who give it. Don't blame life, blame the way how you live it. Father God never sleep him work and him no make no mistake. Blame it on the friend them in the surrounding one.
Life itself is a journey, you know? So from your life, you're there on a journey. Me learn from the past, but me not worry about it. Everything will happen for a reason. And you have to find your reason, you know? No hear me, you don't know. Some people stop by obstacles, my journeys continue. The devil is always gonna be around, haunting you. Every single day he will be taunting you. Babylon always looking something to plant on you. Some people stop by obstacles, my journeys continue. Devil is always gonna be around, haunting you. Every single day he will be taunting you. Babylon always looking something to me. Swallow me, get me, swallow me pride and decide, seven I go feel. If it's in for ride a bicycle, I'm go deliver meal. It's got fortunately over evil righteousness have to prevail. Good things come in small parts. Some people want it in barrage. You cannot hide from just so forget you come a blast. According to your word, that's how you get your reward. Got to be a rebel with a cause war. Some people stop by obstacles, my journeys continue. Devil is always gonna be around, haunting you. Every single day he will be taunting you. Babylon always looking something to plant on you. Some people stop by obstacles, my journeys continue. Devil is always gonna be around, haunting you. Every single day he will be taunting you. Babylon always looking something to me overcome all difficulties without work that me trying. Right now me I go sing back one of Jamaican blind. Cause as sure as the sunshine, I'm gonna get what's mine. I'm never gonna get lifted. Think you negative or your brother, that's why you want to help. Why you want to envy a man? Just show him having wealth. You know you got to do what you can while you got the help. Just remember to judge help those who try help them. Some people stop by obstacles, my journeys continue. Devil is always gonna be around, haunting you. Every single day he will be taunting you. Babylon always against something to plant on you. Some people stop by obstacles, my journeys continue. Devil is always gonna be around, haunting you. Every single day he will be taunting you. Babylon always against something to plant on you. You want more Rastafari? Well, Emmanuel lies, Selassie, I Joe. So I'm going to do that one now for the lady them who compatible. Because I know everybody compatible. No people don't know about compatibility. But we have to sing them song, yeah. Because it's just a part of making sure so the youth them grow the right way and know themselves. You want go easy, but me want go hard. You want to take care of me, want yard. You just want shot, but you want go lose. Me want. Baby, me who that there with you, but that's why no healthy. But hey, slow. Play no delay. So all of the compatible people, let me know. You want go easy, but me want go hard. You want to take care of me, want yard. You just want shop, but you want go lose. Me want furniture. Baby, me with her there with you, but that's why no healthy. But come in, no say it's gonna help. You want hype up me, laid back. You want load up me, don't play that. Yeah, me with her there with you, but that's why no help. But come in, no say it's gonna help. You want the star, but I'm me an observer. Me want. And it no make sense to time, me no comfortable and to own the things, you know. And me say this gonna work out, cause me selective. And we have different objectives, destined to strive. But yeah, we slow me drive. Now no adrenaline, me a be a vibe. Might educate it, but you know, and your eyes on the. Baby, me who that there with you, but that's why no healthy. Because me know say it's gonna help. You want hype up me later. You want load up me, don't play that. Yeah, me who that there with you, but that's why no healthy. Because me know say it's gonna help. You want me star, but I'm me an observer. Me want soul food.
You want gain and nothing you never try. Every year all you do a wait for ATI. Think you a plane but babes in a fly. Me can't believe how you eye them try. That's why you end up with a bag of man a whine you. Cause you a wait for them to mine you. Try no last cause I know me I go find you. Swear me no give a damn if goal. Baby me would have there with you but guess what? No help there. Because me know say it no help. You are hype up me laid back. You are loud up me don't play that. Yeah me would have there with you but guess what? No help there. Because me know say it no help. You want me star but I'm me a observer. Me want soul food you want. You want go easy but me want go hard. You want to take care me want. You just want shot but you want go lose. Me want furniture you want. I don't worry about them pagans. Hey, so. Yeah. We got the whole of 90, you know. Jody. I don't worry about them pagans. Me dance them through my Raven. And me no worry about them road chain. Because me don't have my vegan. And me no worry about lie. But me worry about their hate. And me no worry about what gonna be this. What me worry about? Judge have a plan for every man. That's why me no worry about no one. When me do a stay focused, stay strong, pay attention to the journey when me depend. People always a go bad for say. Develop negative in a positive today. Yeah, they always talking. But the time when you lose or the time when you quit. Ay, 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 ay. I don't worry about them pagans. Me dance to them through my Raven. And me no worry about them roaches. Cause me done have me vegan. And me no worry about life. But me worry about their head. And me no worry about what gonna ready. Me serious with my thing, me nah play. For the work what we a do, them can't pay. No matter how life blurry. Fixing a hurry, only way we a go worry if we can't pray. Remember for every action is a reaction. Negative or positive, we have an option. No can be a real man, but I am. Cause I judge me rely upon. Hey, hey, I don't worry about them pagans. Me dance to them through my Raven. And me no worry about them roaches. Cause me done have my bacon. And me no worry about life. But me worry about death. And me no worry about what gonna ready. When me worry about the one of one yet. Me I get a youth, you know. So I'm born in one of the best parishes in Jamaica. And not because I don't born there, I don't be no hypocrite, you know. Portland is one of the best parishes in Jamaica. Allow me to tell. Big up Portland. I'm born in Portland. But I spend most of my years at one place named Corville Garden. Kingston 20 down at the boulevard there, so. Right across from Duane Park, New Haven, Riverton, Calalubed, Sherlock, Brook Valley, Mar Valley, Waterhouse. Look into my eyes, tell me what you see. Can you feel my pain? Am I your enemy? Give us a better way. Things are really bad. The only friend I know. Me exercise every day and I'm still not fit. So sometimes it's hard for some people relate because them I wonder if it's possible for we live them kind of life there. So me grew up in a house where my mother and father get 11 kids. Me get 5 brothers and me get 5 sisters. And me make 11. But this house was a 2-bedroom house. Remember, in a 2-bedroom with 13 people.
I wonder if we not do the maths. So my mother and my father have to see them room. I know some things are going there, so we as little youth, we're not supposed to see her here. Because mama and papa something that. But then you have country people that really say living room, them say the hall. Then you have the hall, and you have the veranda, and then you have a little outside kitchen. So what go on now is 2 bed in the second room, and you have a mattress so you put on in the hall at night time. So the 11 are with up on 3 bed really. 2 bed over there, so and a mattress there, so. So me end up with all my brother them 2 in my mouth sometimes. Because guess what? If you even get up off of your bed to go use the bathroom, when you come back your space gone. So you have to make sure so you go do that before you even go to your bed. Enough little things me go through as a youth. I'ma work and work and work because I love what I do. I love music. I love the fact that we can put words together and heal people's soul with it, and that's why I do positive music. So more while when you hear me sing some things, nobody feel like me just sing them things that you may look at it song, or you may look at hype. I got through enough of them something here. Me I just one of them artists that will put my personal life in a music because people need to hear it. And this is one of them. This is one of them. The first one too. Me exercise every day and I'm still not fit. My kids are hungry and I ain't hungry. Now tell me what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do. Say what would you? Me exercise every day and I'm still not fit. My kids are hungry and I ain't got. Now tell me what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm about to do, y'all. It's just another day in the struggle. All I see is ink, pens and powder. Life for me, it ain't no fun. The only thing I can depend on is my. I really don't wanna rob Mr. Chuck, but survival of the key, not a slum. If you're not a beast, you might get some. Please don't ask me how come. We do what we do and we sell what we and we can do what we call. Well, if a light tell, we rise and we fell in this place where we dwell. Don't think it's all well on earth but it's hell. A place where you can identify by the smell. White collar criminal, chicos with their fists and bell. A place where babies are having babies. This mother. Me exercise every day and I'm still not fit. My kids are hungry and I. Now tell me what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do. Say what would you? Me exercise every day and I'm still not fit. My kids are hungry and I ain't got. Now tell me what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm about to. One room filled with kids you would have thought is a bunch of Brady's. We ain't white, so you know it's all shady. Dinner tonight, maybe. Same routine, chicken back gravy. Who would have thought in the year 2020 we be living in slavery? Give us no alternatives, telling us to take heed when you got to pay even for the year you breathe. Sometimes I wonder, my blood is different from the blood that's bleed. Oh shit, my life is filled with so much pain and grief. Got 10 brothers and sisters and mom still I can't see. When my last sibling not even started, that tried to make 2 ends meet, the cops take his weed. I wish you know much, I gotta go, I gotta live, I can't breathe. No roses growing even though I saw the seed. I gotta live, I gotta live. Yeah, I really gotta exercise every day. And I said my kids are. Now tell me what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do. Say what would you? Me exercise every day and I'm still not fit. My kids are hungry and I ain't got. Now tell me what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm about to do, y'all. Whoa! I don't want more. I ready me a play. One jump. Ras yam vegetable, we no yam meat. We no yam pork and we no yam beef. Things where some man a do go tell them not to eat, cause the fastest thing them a go get is a read. Rasta no bleach and no way we no bore. Woman a sell them body but we not buy ore. Now some park no way pan back road. I swear me, brother no go Portmore. Bubba was on to say we love nice things. Big fat car with big nice rims. But me no know where someone do for such things. So me fire burn a boy where you wear nose ring. Stop exercise cause you don't like that. Cause them great that you got so mad. Me no know how it's so man I got tell. How man make man a turn them like that. When you see the bubba them boy you in the bed. When you see the baby them boy you in the bed. When you see the little child boy you in. Give me a one top, give me a one top. I me say big it up. Y'all in your body ride a murder. You must do what? Oh yeah, you're dead. Y'all in your body ride. That's the one. Me love me care, me love me bike, me love me money and thing. Me love me care, me love me bike, me love me money and thing. Good. Alright, over me, out the road. Out the road, no gyal a have a way. Out the road, you know me give that. Oh, she say your body, your toe. And she say how much you want. Make sure you put that thing together. Just it have you good off of that. Watch driver. Girl, this Arizona run a album hall. Driver. Collect the liquor, spinning and forward quick. Driver, don't forget the dancing. I love you all. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
Living in Jamaica is an experience that you cannot put in words. There's an energy in the atmosphere that just feels good. There are so many aspects of Jamaica that I think makes it second to none. The best food, the best music, the best people. We can go on and on about the good things about living in Jamaica. There's a parish in Jamaica called Portland. I think that's one of my favorite places to be. It's one of the most nature-oriented parishes, and I love the nightlife in Kingston. Once you come here and you get that connection with the people, that connection with the food and the music and just the lifestyle is something that you'll always remember. People should visit Jamaica because I'm sure 100% that it is the place to be on planet Earth. You need to come here and you will get that experience that you will never forget.
This year, Reggae Month comes during an unprecedented global crisis. The Jamaican music industry is in the midst of adaptation, and Jamaica's creators are stretching the limits of their creativity to meet the content demands of a post-COVID world. Greetings, my name is Kiki, and I'm happy to join the multitude of entertainment entrepreneurs who have graced the JMC platform. I'll be your guide as we explore the awakening of the sleeping giant that is the Jamaica music industry. In 2020, the JMC, in association with Solid Agency and Irijam Media Group, held its largest staging of the conference for Reggae Month. The conference included the historic return of the founding father of hip-hop, DJ Kool Herc, along with reggae icon Shaggy. The JMC team broke new ground by welcoming representatives from YouTube, Tidal, Audiomack, and Pandora. This 7th staging proved successful and saw over 1,000 creatives educated, enlightened, and networking. Now in its 8th year, the Jamaica Music Conference has evolved into the premier networking and educational platform in our country's music industry. Increasingly, ownership of intellectual property by creators has become a key component of the modern music industry. The JMC is committed to bringing more understanding of this at times elusive concept of music publishing. Since the last staging of the JMC conference, the music industry has since faced unprecedented challenges due to the novel coronavirus, especially with the new restrictions in staging live events. This moment in history provides us with the unique opportunity to pause and take a look at some of the work that has been done over the years. Over the next 4 weeks, we will sit down with creatives and hear how they have been coping during these times. We'll look at a rising artiste, international reggae bands, and an established reggae and dancehall superstar. The JMC is also happy to announce that Irijam Media Group and the Caribbean Global Network family are now officially part of the JMC leadership team and will help the conference along in its effort to grow and serve the Jamaican music industry in the upcoming years. Welcome, you are now officially part of the JMC effect.
Welcome to the JMC Effect, a collaborative effort between CGN and the Jamaica Music Conference. With us today is the veteran man himself, Major Mackerel. Welcome,
yes, brethren. Yeah,
good
you know,
to see the eye.
Corona style.
Right.
Originally,
Yeah. So-
Corona.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a Corona here. I'm delighted to enlighten your acquaintance today.
Respect.
Blessed love.
Yeah, man. Major Mackerel, you have been an artist who has been in the business for a long enough time that I can say when I was a boy, I used to listen to the Eye and rate the Eye highly
Yes,
as among one of some of my favorite DJs.
Yes,
so let me just get that out of the way. Right. From Dan Ban to Dirty Bungle to Pretty Looks Done to, boy, I mean, you did take a little hiatus for a little bit, and then in the 90s you forward again. Yeah, man, and done the place again.
Yeah,
and then you came back again. So it's a series of being, I don't know, meandering in the industry.
No,
Tell me how the journey.
What happened is that, you know, my father was a sperm donor.
Okay.
All right, me never have no father active in my life. But I'm delighted for the sperms that he has donated. it brings us together, right? And start getting children. I don't have no kids in Jamaica. My first baby mother get pregnant here, and I was going on a US tour. and bring her with me. And the tour boiled down and finished. I say, yeah, where you do, baby mother? Stay here so I have my son in America, yeah? Nobody go back to Jamaica. Boom, me did them, baba and weave with her, come home back. Spend 2.5 years, get famous again worldwide, you know, because me hits after hits. And left again 2.5, almost 3 years, and spend another 20 a year in America. Come home back and still doing what I'm doing, you know. So for that thing there is responsibility, because me don't want to see my children them grow. Me have a sperm donor, which I am delighted for those sperms. And the night when daddy and mommy get together and Major Mackerel farm, I am grateful. But I didn't want to be a sperm donor. I wanted to be a parent. I wanted to be a father and see how my kids them grow. So that really take away a lot of my time in America.
Oh.
But
so you're saying that when when the times that you were absent from the industry, you were being a dad.
I was trying to be the best dad I can. You understand me? With no experience of being a son.
Right.
In other words, me never have no father how to teach me how to be a father. So me have to learn from the mistakes them when me make, and me have to adjust and get myself together to prepare my 5-son future. And I don't regret that. I regret spending so many years in America. I would have been rich right now. Me would have drive one of the car them where you are drive, the blue convertible brings them. You know, because it's a sport brings you a drive, you know. But I've seen my kids grow, and I don't have no baby now. I don't have no child now. I don't nothing like that. So I'm grateful.
Yeah. Why music? You have obviously a great talent, but you could have decided
music.
to.
All right, to tell you about music now. Really and truly, why music? Is a girl.
Yeah.
Why me get to love music? The way how me love it. Me dey love it. I was a good DJ. We used to DJ in the community on the jukebox. The big man then put 10 cents. You know what is a jukebox? You put 10 cents in it.
Youths might not know.
and you get three music. So what they would normally do, they get 3 music, then put 2 vocal and 1 rhythm. I'm a DJ upon the rhythm. That was in the bar in my community. I'm telling you from 1978, 79, from them time. They have little youth, you know. And now DJ upon the rhythm, then Brigadier Jerry have a little brother named Ike Jerry. Ike Jerry looked at me and he was one of the men who used to punch a jukebox and looked at me and said, Major Mackerel, every day you can't tire DJ around jukebox. Your sound I play down there, so come go down there go DJ. You know? And I said, no man, I not go because them not go give me no mic. He said, me a brigadier brother, come make we go down there. So I reach down there with him and them give me the mic. The first lyrics me DJ, me hear boo, boo, boo. Me dash with the mic and run because it's a garrison area, Papi in Tavern, you know.
I don't know it's what.
I don't know what I want. So when the man them a say mackerel where you run, go I salute the man, them I salute them man. Cause first me I hold a mic outside of the bar.
Right.
You understand me? And I'm done DJ now. The 3 DJ them will DJ the sound. Through me get the gun salute, instantly they want clash.
Yeah.
But that needed love. Them time there. Cause we used to DJ knock pan and DJ till one white something come here, so. You remember those days? See some DJ in a dance and the white something come here, sir. I saw we used to love music. Me and a youth named Winston Ponal, rest in power, him die, you know. But anyhow, the 3 DJ them clash me, and when them done clash me, I kill the 3 of them. So the Saturday night, me there in my yard. You see the man where own the sound drive come check me and say, him a play one place named Irish Town, Red Light. And him say, Major Mackerel, me would have liked you come up there with me, you know. And me look at him and me say, boy, that's another problem. So when me go up there now, first me a DJ outside of my community. Coward, shaky and close raga and, you know, because me have diploma in a suffering. Bachelors. All right? Let me go in at the suffering something there. The house, when my mother there was a board house. So when time we the outside, the stove was inside and a 1 room. So when you're the outside, you can feel the side of the house. If the side of the house warm, you know dinner is there tonight. So if the side of the house not warm, there is no dinner. So me I tell you, me a bachelor in a suffering and hard life. Me get all of the diplomas you can get in the fields there. Anyhow, me there in the dance a DJ brethren and me there a DJ and mash up the place now, get comfortable and me see a girl and she a look at me and me a look at her and me call her and she come to me and began her a dance and something just come in my mind and I say, who you live with? And she said, me and my grandmother live, you know. So me there dance same way and cause them time they dancing with a girl in a dance, a big thing, you know.
Of course, of course.
So me there and I wind up on clothes and cause basically that way I do, I rub one another and me just look on her and say out of something. You say, what more I come home with you, you know? And she said, come. You know what that do for me, brethren? You know what it is like for me. Have one naked girl in my bed, me and her alone. From that night, let me say, this me you want to do. Me no want to do nothing else. So basically, it's really a woman that make I and I be me don't love DJ, but me have to be real. Me grow rough. Me grow 14 away in a one crew and 12 dead left 2 and the 12 were dead die violently. So the music was my passport, was my green card out of suffering, out of poverty.
But you clearly have a very, very high talent. I mean, you have this. You have a unique name, you have a unique sound, you have a unique voice. I mean, the amount of talent you have, Mackerel, I don't really think maybe you don't even understand.
Yeah, well, that's a truth still, you know, because it's special to be something special, you know. For example, you know, you have 3 artists where anytime them leave music, something is missing from the music. Major Mackerel, Norman Jackson, where them call Tiger, and Hicka Mouse. We have original style. We no DJ and sing like nobody else. We do our own thing originally, and whenever we are not in the music, something original is missing from it. So I was a great artist all of my life, but one of my major problems in music, I never had a great team to work with. I was self-reliant, self-dependent, and think I could do it all. But it not work so. Michael Jackson is the greatest singer in the world, but yet still him employ Quincy Jones to produce his music. And a lot of us as artists, we want to produce music, we want to manage music, we want to market ourselves, we want to publish ourselves, and we don't know nothing about producing, nothing about managing, nothing about market. What I think is right, find someone to do that job and pay them accordingly.
Right, we're gonna get to that because team is something that obviously is necessary for an artist to
Yeah. I never had no great team, you know. I'm just a good DJ that the fans and the people them love, you know.
What inspired the name Major Mackerel and the signature sound that you have?
Well, the signature sound, it come from Dan Ban when I was making that song. No rush it, Dan man can't touch it. Dan man, this was originally. No touch it, Dan Ban can't touch it. Dan Ban do not rush it. Dan Ban can't touch it. Then one night, I hear a sound. All right, because when you're a musician, sound come naturally. You know. You're in a dark place or you sit down by yourself, music come naturally. If you have to sit down with pen and paper to do it, it's good, but the more naturally, you know, Bob Marley said, there's a natural mystic blowing through the air. The words that you're looking for are in the air, you know. It's just for you to make it stop and register. See? But the style was for Dan Ban. And then me hear a sound, he say, rush it, Dan Ban can't touch it. And me I said, no sir, I don't eat that. Go back again. No rush it, Dan Ban can't touch it. Dan Ban. He said, yeah, this sound good. But I wonder if the people them ever like it. So I go so boom now and go to Barry G, Wadat. Remember those days by the Barry G and Wadat.
I know Barry J show, the Wadad part.
Okay, all right. Wadad. Him sound name Wadad.
Okay.
Him and him sound used to go round the island and keep show.
Right.
And they had a show in Barbican Square, which is not far from here, as you know, a popping up the road up here some come from. And when Barry G start play, them have a host of young artists that perform. And me go join the line. The only thing we make Beanie Man boo when get a Mandela Park bigger than my own was because of Mandela did it. Them boo me a Barbican, them boo me all manna call me boo.
Serious?
Me dep on stage and man dep on boo. Boo. Me as a virgin you can't call me boo. A woman alone for call me boo. And then 2 weeks after that, I became the #1 DJ in Jamaica.
So that never discouraged your mackerel?
No, man, it only make me get stronger, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, it only make me get stronger because in life, you know, this is what people will always try. Let me tell you something about life. You say if you do good, people want to see you do bad. And if you do bad, then glad say you do bad. So me have a matter where me fight with. My greatest revenge in life is success. I don't have no time for hate nobody, you know.
Right.
Me no want to fight you and kill you. I just want to buy one new BMW and you see me every day and you just wither down. All right? Back to the major mackerel story now. A thief a tin of mackerel.
Yeah.
And use a stone bust it. Because me tell you, I have bachelor and degree in suffering and hard life. Never have no knife, bust it with a stone a river, me and my brethren eat it. The tin mackerel to me and poison me. Bump me up. My mother send me go mackerel, go shop for go buy a tin of mackerel. So she can cook dinner for 5 of us with 1 tin of mackerel. My friend have bread and me have the mackerel. So me go river, me and my friend. We eat the mackerel, me save the whole family from get poison. I just say 2 we get poison.
So you look funny.
Yeah, you know. Then me start going to school named New Providence Primary. Me and I youth kick off. Me didn't know me I go famous. Me never know where me there go do. If me there go be bad man, baller, cricketer. But me was like to be seen. And you know, after me eat the mackerel and the mackerel poison me, my brother start calling me mackerel. I go to school and I start bad up myself and go and everything I want to be seen. The teacher said, well, act like you're the major. So them had the major to the mackerel and from little boy days, me I tell you, little boy days. My name Major Mackerel.
When you decided that music was your thing and you started to go, was it a matter that you prepare before you hit the stage, before you go to the studio with your rehearse within yourself? Or
no, here we go on them time, you know. In them days there, you know, we never have nothing to do at daytime. So all we could have do, 2 pan and 1 piece of stick. Bam, 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 run down, man, you we just DJ the whole day. So rehearsal is not something that we did have to do. We rehearse all day and cook 5-6 hour makeup. You know, get a youth style, you know. Where they may ask some local youth, we don't ever run a boat yet. The youth them say, one name say Major Mackerel. I say, welcome to the world. See? You know, cook and DJ. So whenever they have rehearse, lyrically, with the dead, or they just want to experience, you know, chords, keys and melodies, you know, because a lot of people think they are just DJ alone, you know. It consists of keys and chords, you know, high and low. In the army, me a major, you test mackerel, me buck up in a danger. Me a the major, me never hack minor. Shot in a New York, no made in a China. Army, major, me be mackerel, danger. Me a the major, me never hack minor. So it's high and low.
Yeah, man.
I never know keys and chords, but I just know for DJ.
Right.
But in terms of rehearsal, whenever they have for rehearsal.
Right.
See?
You made a point earlier when we were speaking about the fact that back in the day when you were coming up, you couldn't go into the studio and make no mistake.
No, sir.
You did have to just DJ straight without
Straight.
the mistake.
Straight to the plate.
Right? Yeah, man. And you did all have to do all 3 verses.
Yeah,
4
man.
verse.
3, 4 verses in our song.
Yeah. So in order to be able to step into a studio and do that, you would have had to have, I don't know, either the confidence or the talent or both. Or like you say, you don't do a formal rehearsal, but you're a DJ all the time, every day.
Yeah, yeah. The DJ, the lyrics them over and over. But, you know, as you mentioned studio, you know, studio is very easy now, you know?
No, yeah.
All right? This morning before I go to the doctor, a man drive come check me at my house and in my garage. I 8 dub plate me do that this morning. In our car.
Yeah.
In those days, we have King Jammy's studio, King Tubby's, Black Scorpio, Mixing Lab, New Name, just to name a few. In those days, you have 4 qualifications, but you have to qualify for before you can even enter the studio. You have to qualify for going to the studio yard.
Right.
You have to qualify for going to the studio area. And you have to super qualify for record. Music is very easy now. Because the other day, me say, me not go call the artist name, a real big name artist, I finish up an album, him have 1 more song left and he's in a car, him sit down and I do the album. Right. The studio there in the car. Yeah. In those days when you go in a people's studio, a man say red light. See the red light upon the camera? And that way I watch. When that come on, you can't make no mistake till the music finish.
Right.
For example, you have Steely over here, so. You have Sly. Drum, the drummer, keyboard man, and the rhythm a lay, and you go straight to tape. In other words, most of the olden songs them that want to listen to, the harmony track and the lead track is on 1 track. So that means harmony man can't make no mistake. Right. Lead man can't make no mistake. It's different now. Yeah. Now you make mistake, you stop, you go there so, you do this, you do that. You cut out that, you punch in here so. Yeah. That never did go on in our time. A natural talent for your 3.5, 4 minutes where the record lasts for. And you can DJ 2 verse. Yeah. You either DJ 3 verse, then you repeat 1 and the hook and the song done, or you put 4 verse in the song. There's a whole lot of changes in the music, and as you know, say, I lose my foot through diabetes, and the pants foot are the tight, the shirt are a little tight, and me a swagger. So me kind of hint at the young people them something too. Me no whole, but me no cold. Right. You understand me?
Man. Yeah, man.
So me kind of adjust myself, do a couple new record in the new fields.
Nice.
But music are music, and wherever stages of life it goes, you know, I will be going with it.
All right.
This is all I know. I don't know nothing else.
Yeah. We have a limited amount of time, Mackerel, and we could have talked for the whole day, and you could have tell me all about the industry from way back when till right now, because you're still relevant in my estimation, you know what I mean? And I'm sure people out there agree with me. But we spoke about the stage, we spoke about the studio. How important was the sound system?
Well,
for you?
That was life. Me and Ninja Man used to DJ from him name JJ. Enough lot of people don't know that. JJ. And then him change his name to Ugly Man. Then him change his name to Ninja Man.
Okay.
So DJing around sound, it was me and Ninja Man and Shabba Rankin back in the days. But after Ninja killed Shabba Sting, the clash, you know, it changed. You know, Shabba still hold that vibes against Ninja.
Okay.
And that's something that it changed. But before then, all over with up on the sound then.
Yeah.
Come off of one truck, half a tree, and jump on the next truck. We go to St. Elizabeth. We come from Portland, me and Ninja, Shabba.
Yeah.
Reach half a tree, come off of the sound truck, then catch one half a tree where I go to St. Elizabeth. And you know, the sound system was really relevant because that is how our voice was heard. And the music, if you notice, all the old producers have a sound system. That is because the Jamaica government and the Jamaica system never used to recognize the Jamaican music. The listen back then radio wave, a lot of them you don't know what is radio wave. You're supposed to have understanding what is radio wave. And FM, FM FM. A FM?
Yeah, you have FM, you have RJR.
RJR, yeah, FM. Yeah. Those radio stations play only American music. They never used to play the local music.
Right.
Till Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, Bunny Wailer, those so-called gentlemen. You know, I can't say so-called gentlemen, because what them do gentlemen not do it. The man, them going to the radio station and hold a radio man and say, look here now, you say if you want to work, you're going to have to play Wailer's music. If you don't want to work, don't play. That is how our music get recognition. Then the producers them know. King Jammys, we have 5 songs when produce. King Tubby's a play a Mobile tonight. So him look on Tubby's and say, see them 5 songs, yeah. Play them at Mobile for me. Tubby's have 4 songs when produce. Him say Jammys, play them 4 yeah, Portland for me. That was how the local music was heard.
On the sound system.
On the sound system. So the sound systems play a lot before all of this hype reggae, where they're on the radio and Jamaica know how much we have? We want 200 reggae stations now.
Whole heap.
Yeah. And you know, so the sound system was the voice of the artists, the voice of the producers.
Yeah.
And the voice of the people that was out there struggling. So this little music here where we create just fulfill their inner emptiness.
Yeah.
So the sound system was the real background of our music and our history and our story.
You said that your voice ate dub plates before coming here today.
Yeah.
And a lot of artists still do dub plates, which means that sound systems may not be as popular or profitable in Jamaica, but elsewhere in the world, a lot of sound systems do that. So would you consider dub plates still an important part, not only for the music, but for your income as an artist?
Well, for my income, you have to understand when the dub plate thing I broke out 1985, 86. It was me, Shabba Rankin, Admiral Bailey, Papa San, Professor Nuts. Them time they get beaten if you look out the road.
True.
Professor Nuts, just to name a few as DJ. We are the first set of DJ them start the DJ dub plate. And the sounds them that make this thing reach how it reach was Stone Love. You have one named Aries, Bodyguard, King Gemini, just to name a few. Those are the sounds that in a city that cut the dub plate, but the dub plate industry is live.
Still.
That is where everybody make money from now. No, because here we are going now. You see, who used to work for $200 before Corona, them I work for $130 now.
Okay.
So who used to work for 500, I work for 3. Okay. Who used to work for 1,000, I work for 6 bills.
Okay.
So the sound man then get a break in prices. And in the history of our local music and dub plate being cut, is the most dub plate cut in the history of Jamaica. Since this Corona something can come in.
Yeah.
All Bounty Killer now and blue convertible brings him by out a dub plate, man. Beanie Man, a whole heap of dub plate around, man. because everybody cut them price. And all of us know.
Yeah.
We just don't know when this thing is go done, but we know it go done. So the sound man them basically them keep active is not the local one them, the one them in Europe, Japan, Sweden, Denmark, Holland, Amsterdam. Because you know, if you look on the world map, you know, you look good on the world map, you can barely see Jamaica.
Yeah.
Where we see in a Jamaica now, most of the producer them, promoter and the people them, the music industry, they does not provide any form of stability for artists. When the artist then dead, if them family them can't bury them, the Federation or the Jamaica Music Festival or all of these great names that are generating millions out of reggae need to set up a fund where for veteran artists or for any artist in general, you don't have to be veteran. As long as you register with the Jamaica Federation of Music and register with the right people then you have to register, we need some form of resource. And to me, the only resource we could have is them set up a good reggae museum, one in a Kingston, one at Wochi, and one at Montego Bay.
It's actually a really good idea.
You understand me? Yeah. And me would like you to be an ambassador and present this thing here to the people then. We need a museum so that we don't have to walk and beg for bury artists. People are pay $500 for going there and they go study Bob Marley, Peter Touch, Bunny Wailer, Beanie Man, Bounty Killer, Mad Cabra. They go study everybody. Major Mackerel. Now they go study me first. First, Major Mackerel. Yeah.
Sir Garfield Dixon.
Yes, sir.
AKA Major Mackerel.
Yes, sir.
It's been an honor and a privilege, brother, to talk today.
Yes, brethren. I'm delighted to enlighten your acquaintance.
Yes,
and may the engine of your generosity never rusty. And I hope your music basket never run empty.
Respect and honor.
Selassie, one love. Yeah, people. Love on yourself, you know. People, remember, I love are the way, yeah?
Respect.
That's the way. Major Mackerel, my name and my time is up. But love on yourself, yeah?
Blessings, my brother. Respect.
Love on yourself. Remember me, I telling you, you know.
Yeah.
See it here? 1 foot me have. All right? Yeah, you camera, look, 1 foot. But me still in a good frame of mind. And no funeral, no keep no weapon on my body. Every part is live and going well. So love on yourself. Hear me, people?
The GMC effect.
Feeling is right, and the feeling makes you want to participate. So you end up moving, you end up doing whatever Ding is doing, or you end up saying whatever he's saying. And that is because he understands how to make it look big. He understands how to engage you and how to get you to participate. And that's not something a textbook or, I mean, maybe a mentor could teach you that, you know, but to be honest with you, it's an inborn thing, and you really have to go out every single night and craft that and be able to motivate people. You know, Malcolm X does it. Malcolm X and Dick Don are not too far away from each other, right? We can say Malcolm X or Marcus Garvey move people to do this. Imagine if Dick Don says something about repatriation in Africa and start dance. You know, much people would have said, you know, so many people go Ghana.
Because if I could do it all over again, I would never change a thing. Because this generation will never, ever live to experience the things that we have experienced in the past. We have seen it all. We have seen it then, and we are still seeing this generation today. I am so thankful that I can go on stage. I went on stage with Bob, I went on stage with the second generation Ziggy Steve, and I went on stage with the third generation Skip Marley. So I am truly thankful that I have been going on stage with the 3 generations.
Yes, round of applause.
And people know that music is a viable way for them to make it out of their career, and they can make a life out of it. And I think that needs to be something that, from the policy level, it has to come very strong, and it has to be reinforced in the classrooms. That listen, we are creative, the opportunities are there, and we need to make sure that parents are aware as well, because they have to be on board on this. So that when parents, when children come and say, listen, I want to go in music, they don't get clobbered for saying I want to go in music, because the field is so diverse. The field is so diverse.
Or it's seen as so lucrative.
And the field is so diverse and so lucrative. I believe once that narrative is changed and we have a vision driving from the policy level, coming down and also enriching the grassroots and that kind of thing, the change that we need, it can be made.
First time, I was at the University of Aba in Nigeria. And I met a young man, his name is Alex, he's a big architect now. I'm saying, Alex, come on. You study the Western ways. How do you deal with that versus your tradition? He say, my tradition is me. I keep that. And I add the West to it.
Simple.
When this come and go, them have to go say, you know, him did original and him come up with his own pattern and style and melodies. And as you say, my greatest goal was to be like, from a song roll off and I said the first 2 words, a man can say, yo, a protege tune that. So to do that as a young artist, you have to be diligent. I could take
like more and more and more, reggae music became like part of just my musical diet, you know, and it wasn't necessarily, interestingly enough, even something that my parents listened to that much. I wasn't necessarily getting influence from them. I was just kind of going and seeking it out because it was a very, you know, like, it wasn't like salsa music, it wasn't like cumbia, it wasn't like, you know, any of the other artists that I've mentioned previously. It was like its own very unique and special place. And in fact, I remember, I'm not even just saying this because you're here, but I remember the song that for me was kind of like a turning point in terms of like, I need to learn more about this, was Under Me Sensi. And, you know, so respect Barrington Lee, you know, for real.
I'm not trying to scare anyone. The potential is that reggae can fall into the category of a legacy genre or heritage genre like bluegrass, or, you know, things that exist and are, no, I'm not saying the potential.
But the point,
here, I'll tell you why. I'm telling you why. Because of the global landscape. Wait, I'm just telling you the potential. I'm not saying it is, right? Because of the global landscape, what's happening is a lot of subcultures and genres that are influenced by reggae. Last night we had Kool Herc at the opening reception, and Shaggy said, "Hey, hip hop came from reggae."
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Is the current sonic of Afrobeat came from dancehall, right?
Reggaeton.
No, wait, no, but this is one
Reggaeton.
The reggaeton came from. So what happens is, if these keep on, new ones keep on coming and coming and coming, then what we have is, like, in music we have legends, we have legacy acts, heritage radio stations say, hey, like, there's not a lot of people listening to this radio station anymore, but it's such a emotional part or nostalgic. It's nostalgic, yeah. So what happens is, if the innovation, if the competitive mindset does not think it can fall into that category, because
are irresponsible in their personal lives, so that dwells over, that flows over into their business. So for an artist like, I can only speak on my experience, but for artists like Chronix, who is young, you know, aspiring, growing, developing at the moment, he is different from an elder who might have 9 baby mother around the world. And it all boils down to your decision, you know. I'm not the artist, I'm the manager. So when the artist says that, yo, I'm concerned all of my things, don't go over there and whatever, all of my income gone to my family, there's nothing to bring upon a crew on the road, you know. Me and my team just completed a tour of 45 shows across America, And we took Janai, we took Kelissa, we took Jessie Ryan, we took Sherry Cowan, who is a chef. She cooked for Chronic and she cooked for all the artists and while we were on the road, and that wasn't paid for by the promoter. That came out of our budget, and that decision was solely on Chronic's and his management team to say that if we, because a lot of these agents don't understand where our music is coming from, you know, or even our community that we build, you know, with Diggy, Chronic's, Jesse, everybody, they don't understand the story. So when you approach them and tell them that, hey, let us, or in the early stages, they used to just push and open on you, you know, because they go in with low ticket prices and but you cannot accommodate an additional member, you know, coming with you. So they normally go for the local openers until they get that leverage where you can negotiate now to say, I want to include my DJ and my openers. So that is one level where I saw that, you know, we are here now where we can determine who opens, who assists as DJ, who we can create our own showcase, and that is an advantage. And with that advantage, we have seen control of the whole performance, the show run smooth, person get a better experience, etc. And as I said, now it all boils down to the decision of the team if it's financially possible, and then if you, the artist, are that main act, is willing to forego that amount of finance to develop or help in the development of this industry. Because what that tour did for us is it boosted our recognition in some small markets, because persons weren't just seeing Chronic's live in Arizona or Chronic's live in Denver, Colorado, but it was a reggae show was coming to town with 4 acts. So you can watch a show from 8 p.m. to 12:30, 1 a.m. in the morning, you know. And where the crew numbers are concerned and stuff, it's just sometimes limited resources for upcoming artists, and not everybody is brave enough to reinvest their income or their first expose income. You know, not everybody is willing to make that investment, and once that decision is made to invest, I think it will assist us to see more professionals being, you know, employed. And the Jamaican industry is an industry where a lot of these opportunities or roles are I would say, they are passed down to fellow children of who the artists or the agents, you know, is. So basically, we need to help the youth to know that, opportunities exist in this industry, right? Opportunities. You don't have to think of being a manager, an artist, or a band member. There are opportunities in admin, opportunities in logistics, opportunities in the whole production, from stage to front of house. There are just things to do that we need to know. Give up ourselves in assisting that role to develop locally, because it's still...
PR is usually earned media, which is not paid for. Now, that doesn't mean you don't pay for a publicist, but in terms of the content and in terms of getting that kind of, I should also let you guys explain this too, but in terms of getting that kind of reception from media to where they are promoting you essentially based on the fact that you're adding value to content or story in and around industry or whichever type of material, essentially that you're trying to promote. When you're talking about paid media, which is more of the traditional marketing, that's your TV, radio, and print. So that comes at a very big cost, which is why now with the evolution of digital, which is a fraction of a cost, the amount of exposure, the audience, the boundaries which you transcend across are a lot larger at a lot smaller, price. But basically, PR is what you get for free, and that's really based on your merit and the value that audiences feel and that a media house would perceive as value to their readers or listeners or viewers, etc. Whereas traditional is more the marketing paid media.
Let's face it, the biggest reggae bands them right now, they're white reggae bands. They have the biggest tickets, they have the biggest sales. You're sitting to yourself and say what it is. that they're doing that we are not. Now let's face it. Anybody in us that think that racism have not played a part of it, you're mad. Yes. I myself, my grandmother white. Jamaica is out of many one people. You sit on beside a man, you're a Chinese man, I say, yo, I'm shaggy, and him don't look like you. We're used to that. See? But if you look at the history of what reggae has done, even take for instance, the police. Sting said to me, say, I used to go and watch Steel Pulse and Oswald and these guys and was mesmerized and Bob Marley about what they have done back in the early days. And he went and did a hybrid version of it, which then became the police. You know what I'm saying? And part of it, they made great music and became massive, but how they got on radio was they were white. If you think about it, the biggest reggae band them, UB40, Ace of Base, they're all white reggae bands. Exactly. See, well, Magic are really one song. But, see, you look on somebody like a Calibots, who probably play more festival than Grant Marga, yeah. Have more hits than him. True. So, you look at the great Bob Marley, see, arguably the king of reggae. Yeah? The biggest chart position song is a song called I Shot the Sheriff, sing by the white guy. So don't think it's not a part of it. What we should not do is dwell on it.
Thank you.
That's not my concern. Because nobody knows the work that what you put in. So I cannot determine and say, yo, you deserve $10. I would do that. But you as an artist have to look into yourself and say, boy, I want to know what you are doing now. Because if I make that song go out there and play my song, if I make Jar go out and play my song, if I make Addis go out and play my song, them going to join 20 more songs. So why should I pressure it? I can get $1 here and $1 here. When the 20 more songs come in, I can get $20 more.
Yes, yes. Like I said to you, Revolution is not a rich song. Yeah. We're not millionaires. And I work in television in America. If you ever watch Oprah Winfrey Network, my show comes on every Saturday. I'm a producer, or for the Iyanla Fix My Life show. And I work in television, and I'm telling you, I'm still struggling to buy these dub plates. It's very expensive, so if you artists hear me, hear my cry, work with it, Reggie.
Hold on.
My only problem with it is that we're not seeing numbers in it. We're not seeing streaming numbers. We're not seeing people crossing with it. We're not seeing that atmosphere. So at this point, you have reggae, Afrobeat, which is a bird child of dancehall and reggae, right? You have, even though the Afro man, I'm gonna say everything come from Africa.
Everything but anyway, from the 90s.
Yeah, no, but may I say that the Afrobeat itself, seeing, is doing huge numbers. You have reggaeton that is doing huge numbers. You have trap, which is hip hop, that is doing huge numbers. All of these are bird child of dancehall and reggae, and dancehall and reggae have the lowest numbers out of everything. And we're all them out of Jamaica.
Our light skin.
Shaggy, Bob Marley, Shard Paul, a three brown brother. And a coincidence that. See, we're not saying that we're not talented people and go. But me I tell you, say for years and years, I get to me band, me used to there as a little red boy when I get to place and me get picked pan because me had a little red youth. See? But me I tell a man, say, and the man thinks, say, yeah, I call you reach uptown. Me never say uptown till me bus and come back to Jamaica. When me go first time, me go check a little girl uptown and I go through the house and me say, Mr. Long driveway there, I'm going and I say, oh, the house a big so, and I say, a dish. And then I go in and I say, blood clean, them and you can't place them, them get in a barrel. And it tastes like soap. So at the end of the day, when I try to tell you, say, we're all just one. You see me, I say, we come from that, you know. So we can't dwell upon it, but we have to just come with that cool factor. Keep going really hard, keep going strong, and know that we have the best culture in the world.
But also they don't have any knowledge of the value of the stuff. It's still a mentality, irrespective that I spoke about going to UN and laughing with Rastafari, you know, me at the University of the West Indies and I study Bob Marley. And I laugh, I hold my belly, whoa. Still we're having a problem in the mindset of our people in valuing ourselves. It's very hard for me at this point in my life to still see this. is, you know, to see what we have done culturally across the world. When I travel across the world, and you speak to people, when I went to Rotterdam, I actually went back to my hotel room and I cried. Because there I was, no disrespect, I have no problem whatsoever. A part of me said, I'm good. It was very, very juvenile, but a part of me was like, sticking up my tongue at this place that I call home and going, because they don't value our stuff. I went there was a ska tent, there was a Rastafari tent, there was a reggae tent, there was everything about our culture being commodified.
For 7 days.
Okay, for 7 days, people enjoying it. Okay, people going into the Rastafari tent, burning ganja, eating ital food. There's a dancehall tent, and here we are in Jamaica. Tell me what we have done. So still, we have the mindset, and it angers me so much, especially since after Europe. We still have a mindset of devaluing ourselves. Why? With such a rich...
For my generation, a lot of us know the word publish to mean when you click post on the blog post or the video that you just upload, or maybe a feature in the newspaper or on television. So we have to make sure everybody in the room understands what this conversation around publishing in music really means.
During that time did I feel I would be doing this that I'm doing today as a PR or a publicist. I exited school, went to college over in the US, and for me it was always a 9 to 5. I had to have a 9 to 5. Doing promotion and doing events was a spare thing because I didn't want to stand on events. So Fantan Moja actually was the first artist. I would watch shows in Jamaica and I'm like, wait, we don't have them here in the States. We need these shows, we need these artists here. And I would have monitor show and so forth. I would work 9 to 5 because I needed a check. I couldn't depend on knowing when is the next check coming. I wanted to be secure and know that I was getting a check every week. So 9 to 5, I started in healthcare and then I went over to corporate. 2011, I was laid off and got a severance package, and at the same time I was like, well, I like the promotion thing, so why not go back home and try it? Once again, never did this before. Went home to Mango, where I'm from, and I decided to have a show with Ioctane, Firekin, and Irene. Right? It was those three, yes. And during that time, there was some glitches where I couldn't understand why Ioctane would not come to Mandeville and he wanted me to have rehearsal in Kingston. And I said, this art is difficult, man. All right, no problem, we did it. And the show went on. During that time, there was another man, Delroy Thompson, Juice TV. He guided me through every single step of that promotion, to the point where, as a young woman, I'm saying, listen, I'm not going off on that light post and beat no pool and no, flyer, no board. And he was like, listen, you want to know how to do this? You have to do it routine. So every single step I had to learn, and he made sure I learned that. So that was then. Coming back to the United States now, Ioctane's management I think at the time, not sure, reached out to me and said, hey, we're looking for someone over in the States. Your passion, we would like for you to actually come on board as management. And I'm like, and going back to what you said, it was, well, I've never done this before, but if you are willing to take the ride with me, let's go. Ioctane was the first artist at that time, was the first artist who I worked with. At that time in America, no one pretty much knew about him unless you were in the core of dance hall and reggae. So you were aware of him burning down, Sumfest and doing all these wonderful shows. And from there, the journey started. So for me, it was, why not? I never looked back and said, I'm going to, continue a 9 to 5 after that. And today I am, may not be working with Ioctane, but with a host of other artists in PR.
But I have to try not to play a victim and to just know that some of these people, they were not brought up. That's how they were brought up. And as women, we need to just know that we are not going to accept it. And just, start a revolution. Women need to support women. That's
to become a starving artist. And one of those signs, we have the solution for it with the panel right here. Number one, I shouldn't charge too much for my work. How many of us have a problem deciding what we are worth and how much to ask for? Any artists in the building, raise your hand. Yeah, like you feel a way. You want to take off a couple zero off at the end because I know 20 years may I do it for yet. The solution to that is to get a manager so you don't have to have those conversations. You agree over the phone or in a conversation what we're going to charge, and you back away from every conversation around pricing. Let someone who is bold enough and believe in your brand enough, let them lead those conversations about costing. Deal? Because we're not trying to be a starving artist. Sign number two, I don't need training, I'm naturally talented, and my talent is gonna get me there. How many of us feel that way? We don't need to go back to school, we don't need to get more training, because God has blessed us with all we need, right? Wrong. You have to apply a growth mindset, and Shaggy spoke about it earlier, that as old, young as he is, he keeps learning. And anybody who wants to see their talent thrive and don't want to starve on it has to apply that kind of perspective. And the final sign, number three, is that you're limiting your revenue streams. You insist that the bulk of your money and your wealth is going to be earned a particular way by selling albums in a...
I started working with EDM DJs, and I actually took like my first job, and I did it because I wanted to just see how all of these people from Europe and the younger generation, how they were marketing to their audience, you know, because this is a generation that is exploding where they have an audience of 50,000 people they're performing in front of, but corporate America doesn't own any piece, you know. And the interesting thing about it was, it was exploding so fast, and it was just acquiring so much traffic and so much money was starting to be generated that I literally watched corporate America steal it back. You know, if you look at when EDM came out, information was moving fast. The drugs even changed from slow drugs to fast drugs. And then the music is 120 beats per minute versus, you know, slow trap music. But I watched corporate America force black music back on the radio because they owned it.
That's so accurate. Oh,
you know,
my God.
so they took control back by saying, well, we don't own this EDM thing that Vegas and the Bees and, you know, everybody's making all this money all over the planet with, but we do control the black people. So let's flood the music back, let's bring weed culture back, and they literally slowed everything back down by force, you know, just because they own the networks of radio. So
artists get really caught in becoming a brand because of Instagram, and they forget about the music. So that's why with the whole, you know, people can have millions of followers but sell 3,000 albums. You know what I mean? So that doesn't equate, because people will like your picture all day, but if your music isn't good, they're just not gonna buy it. You know what I mean? So I think, yes, be a brand or whatever as an artist, but also I feel like record companies need to start doing their jobs, and maybe, you know, then Instagram could go back to being fun. You know what I mean? Instead of like, I have to post every day because I have to keep people engaged for free. I mean, I don't know. This is just me.
No,
you know,
right.
because that's a job in itself. So you want me to market and promote myself and go through life and make this album and then have to market and promote it myself on Instagram.
Yeah.
Got it.
Expect that now we can't just play the music, we got to tell the whole story of the music, we got to show the music, we got to post the music. So the only way that I think that's really the way that we're going to help is if the artists, the producer, the players of instruments in the game help us help them by allowing, you know, giving us the tools we need, whether it be jingles, whether it be the dub plates, you know, when you're putting out your songs, send us your release schedule.
Because there's always a way. When there's a hit, there's a writ, but there's always a way out. You've got to settle it, and you got to be practical. And to make money in this business, you have to have a good sense of practice.
Whoever contributes to making that, so from the person who does this, to the person who does something on the guitar, to the person who's humming in the back, somebody do a little shaker, right. All of that comes together to form the composite of the music.
The composition, yes. And now in order to monetize the composition, it has to equal 100%. Yeah. So each contributor then of the music or of the lyrics, they have to come up with an agreement of what their contribution was, and then either sign a split sheet or have a lawyer like Andrew on their behalf represent them and sort it out so that it's in the agreement. Because the song, if it doesn't equal 100%, it can't be licensed and it can't be monetized.
When you look at it now, if a sponsor isn't at an event, the show can keep. It's these sponsors that are pumping money into the entertainment. It is these sponsors that are using us, the artists, to promote their products. And I said to myself, okay, because I can't get as ranch as I want to get, let me strike a balance with my music. Let me keep it dancehall, but at the same time, keep it at a level where if a 3-year-old was to come to the concert or a grandmother was to come to the concert, they could still listen to the music. So I took that conscious decision, noticing what was happening.
On this first day, you had already created the song that's called.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How?
Because there's a record. I love my music. I'm looking for records and stuff. So I'm looking for rare records. And the sense when I'm tuning to, as I'm playing, I noticed the record has its own groove in it. You can see it. So, and at the time too, it was the luxury of headphones. I had to know the record. I had to know when it's gonna come off. So I'm doing that. But at the same time, I'm watching the crowd. Some people just wait for certain parts of the records. I said, oh, I'm gonna call it the merry-go-round. Mm-hmm. So the snippets. So that's it. And all my little breaks I had, I put them together, and I said, let's go. Everybody said, I like
they
that.
were b-boy heaven.
I like that. It's like how you call this? This is a cram jam. Mm-hmm. I got to cram it in, and everybody look for that. That was the born of that. And there was a record called Bongo Rock. Well, that's not it. The cut of it called Apache, and it wouldn't stop. It wouldn't stop. That's what we're supposed to say. And you don't stop, and you stop, and you don't stop, and you don't. That was it.
From the very beginning, the JMC has acknowledged Jamaica's unique position as a cultural superpower. Music has been the principal instrument that has carried Jamaica to the rest of the world. In order to truly be a cultural superpower, Jamaicans must now own and control distribution and marketing of the music that has made our culture such a global phenomenon. From inception, the JMC recognized the importance of institutions to preserve and sustain Jamaica's music industry. To that end, the JMC has worked with Jamaican-based institutions such as JAM, JCAP, JAMPRO, and JARIA. They have all contributed countless gems to JMC attendees over the years. The conference team is committed to working alongside these institutions to strengthen their ability to serve the professionals within our music industry. Now, no discussion on culture would be complete without a discussion of Jamaica's foundation in sound system culture. Since year one, JMC has highlighted sound system culture as an integral part of the Jamaica music industry. The JMC has been blessed to have some of the greatest selectors in sound system history grace the conference stage. It is also quite clear that the business of music does not operate in a vacuum. Evidently, factors like race and economics play a role in preventing our music industry from growing. As such, the JMC will continue to acknowledge and expose the barriers to our global success while engaging in discussions about solutions that will ultimately move our music industry forward.
Well, young man, if me ugly like you, I beg God ring out my face and put it for sun. 'Cause pretty looks done, and you not get none. The looks done and they no get none. Pretty looks done and they no get none. He looks done and they no get none. He looks done and they no get none. For them turn up, me sit down, me a walk, him a run, him bucking big toe. One good thing about music when it hits you.
Do you have the Reggae Jamaica mobile app on your phone? No? Well, you could be missing out on news, views, interviews, events, and so much more about the impact of reggae music across the globe. Information at your fingertips about Reggae Month and other exciting reggae events. That's the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, now available in the Apple or the Google Play Store. Get it now!
Everybody wanna feel.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
I love waking up every day in this country. This is where I was born and raised. I have such a passion for my country, and for me this is home. In Jamaica, a lot of people, they look at just like beach, sea, sand, but our mountains are something to behold. It's majestic up there, and it's a different type of peace. It's a different type of lifestyle completely. I could mention many different places that are amazing, but the one thing I do love about Jamaica as well is that you can find that relaxation, you can find that chill in your backyard. Apart from it being an incredibly beautiful country, an incredibly beautiful island, we have a wonderful, wonderful culture, wonderful, vibrant, colorful people. There is definitely a realness to Jamaica. There's definitely something that no matter what keeps you in touch with reality here. Why come to Jamaica? It all comes back down to Jamaica as a whole. The food, the music, the culture, the people, the climate. Come out and meet us, come out and experience what Jamaica has to offer.